With open doors and open hearts, we are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Our entire 400-acre shrine campus is one of the most holy sites in the world. In the silence of the day and night, you can almost hear the sounds of saintly prayers and worship from the millions of people who have visited the shrine over the years. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs Coliseum campus has been the inspiration for generations, connecting natural, spiritual, historic, and artistic interest. On our beautiful grounds, follow the history of St. Kateri's birthplace and the Shrine of the North American Martyrs, containing a world-class collection of artifacts and relics. Can you imagine walking on the same holy grounds that our Jesuit saints and St. Kateri walked? Spiritual seekers from around the world make the pilgrimage to the shrine every year. A short walk from the visitor center takes you to the Seven Sorrows, circumnavigating the original Ossernon village. Then to the 1885 chapel and on to the Stations of the Cross. Visit the ravine and walk the path of the saints at the original site of their martyrdom. Enjoy the grottos and nature trails overlooking the Mohawk River. Come in our open doors and share our open hearts. We are your Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. See the amazing collection of sacred art along the pathways, chapels, and in the Coliseum. Several are from Europe and the Vatican. The shrine is home to an impressive collection of statuary, paintings, sculptures, and murals. Don't miss the landscape gardens, vista views, and the beauty of the Mohawk Valley. Take a stroll beyond the pathways to the Kateri Chapel and see the surrounding visual and spiritual artistry. The pathway to sainthood for three of our Jesuit saints started here. Saint René Goupil was martyred in 1642, and both Saint Isaac Jogues and Saint John Lalande were martyred in 1646. They were Jesuits who died as martyrs for Jesus and the Catholic faith. All were associated with the holy grounds at the shrine. Most recently, the pathway to sainthood was for St. Kateri Tekakwitha, who was recognized as a saint in October of 2012. It was here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs that St. Kateri Tekakwitha was introduced to Jesus. Kateri, the lily of the Mohawks, St. Kateri, was born here in 1656 to a Mohawk chief and a Catholic Algonquin captive. These very holy grounds were the grounds upon which St. Kateri walked and prayed. The foundation of her faith base was started here at the shrine. It is here that you will find a spectacular and heroic monument to her importance, and you will find endless private miracles and supernatural events that are attributed to her intercession and the steps and pathways to her sainthood. It is here in Auriesville, New York, on these holy grounds, that the first rosary was said in New York State. Water in the St. Kateri Grotto and Lily Pond is the same water that baptized St. Kateri. Many private miracles are associated with her holy water to this day. Our memories are endless regarding the shrine. We can all relate to a family visit or a family trip to the shrine. We can recall seeing thousands and thousands of people attending Mass, along with busloads of visitors from all parts of the United States. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, abounding in history and miracles, and right here on our doorstep. Open doors, open hearts. We are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. The Coliseum itself is a wonder of architecture, a circular building with triple-tiered roof that welcomes 10,000 parishioners. This is filled with history, statuary, and sacred art inside and out. Participate by attending one of our daily Masses. For unsurpassed history, spiritual art, and nature, bring the family and spend a day or two in the most historic district in New York State. Just some of the reasons to visit and support the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Auriesville, in the heart of the Mohawk Valley. Breadbasket of the American Revolution, builders of the Erie Canal, gateway to the West, and birthplace of industry and invention. At the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we have something for everyone. Open doors and open hearts. We are the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
And good morning and welcome to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine here in Fultonville, New York, day 3 of a very special weekend as we celebrate our 130th anniversary, and what a weekend that we have had so far. Yesterday, 2 bishops here, the Knights of Columbus, the Boy Scouts of America, over 1,500 people in our campus throughout the weekend yesterday. Like to remind everybody too, 75% off everything in our gift shop while the supply lasts. I am so honored to introduce a person who I have admired for many, many years, a golden voice person. I got to tell you, when you hear her voice, and if you've been listening to WENT and some of our spots on other radio stations, you will recognize her voice. She's got the golden voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Lisa McCoy. Hi, Lisa.
Good morning, Joey.
I love that voice.
And I'm going to tell you what I told Francis. My husband and children will not say it's a golden voice.
Oh, I will.
They will not say it's a golden voice. They'll say it's a lot of other things, but not a golden voice.
And if you notice, Lisa, you already brought us luck. The phones are already ringing.
Holy cow, the phone is ringing. All right, that's what we like to hear.
Now, Lisa, you have an interesting story. This shrine has always been the center of your life and your family's
Yes,
life.
when I was thinking about coming here and what the shrine has meant to me and my family throughout the years, and we're talking about a shrine that reaches worldwide. And that's wonderful. I mean, it's just incredible when you think about it. But I never thought of it that way. And I don't think a lot of other people think of it that way either. People who live here, people who have grown up here in the Mohawk Valley. And I was telling you that as a young child in the Brownies and the Girl Scouts, we learned about the martyrs. We studied the martyrs before they became saints and before Kateri, of course, became a saint. And we learned about them. That was part of our education in the Girl Scout process. And then my dad's best friend was a missionary in the Philippines on the island of Yap. Oh. And he went to St. Mary's, and he didn't come home very often because, number one, he was a missionary and he didn't have any money, and number two, it took forever to get back from the island of Yap in the Philippines. And so when he did, we were all enamored with the stories he told about the Yapese people. When I was in 6th grade, I did an oral report on the island of Yap from the information he had given me. And he's a Jesuit, and was a Jesuit. He's since passed on, and he is buried here with other Jesuit priests. And so Father Poulin, who is very near and dear to all of us, is buried here on these grounds. My son, when he was young, he's 21 now, when he was younger and an altar boy, he served Mass here at confirmations. And he was confirmed here. Both my daughters, our daughters, were confirmed here. And I have a daughter with special needs, and she was confirmed. You just don't know what she's going to do sometimes. She has Down syndrome and autism, and what we like to say, it is what it is, and she's going to do what she's going to do. But I will tell you, this is a young lady who's received her first communion and comes to Mass with us every week. She sits in the pew. She knows when it's time to do the Our Father. Oh. She holds her father's hand. She has to, wherever she is in the pew, she has to move to be with her father to hold his hand for the Our Father. And the sign of peace, that's her favorite part of the Mass. Even though we go to Mass every single week, she will never kneel down. She sits, but she will never kneel down. So at confirmation time, when we're at the shrine and everybody gets up and kneels in front of the bishop, we're all thinking, well, what's she going to do? And our priest at the time told the bishop, we're not sure what's going to happen. We don't know if she'll kneel down, but just go with it, kind of. She marched right up there, knelt down in front of the bishop, got her blessing and was confirmed, and moved right along. Talk about tears, right? She's never knelt since, before or since, but on that day, here at the shrine, she got on her knees and was confirmed. And then our other daughter was confirmed in 2012 and took the name of Kateri as her confirmation name.
Oh,
And you know, and when they were little, we came here to Mass. And what do the parents do with the young children here at Mass? They put them in the stroller and they walk around the perimeter of the shrine.
right.
Because you can still hear the Mass and keep the children quiet. So now that our children are grown, I sit here at Mass and I watch the parents with the strollers walking around the perimeter of the shrine. So in my mind, here we are, everything comes full circle, and it's the 130th anniversary. And we're reaching out to the world on the computer,
Right.
through local radio, and we have a sculptor
Yeah.
with international acclaim who's working with the Pope, right?
Right.
Who's working with the Pope, who's given us a sculpture,
There it is. Yeah.
spectacular, and we're looking for support to keep this beautiful, one of the 10 most important shrines in the world, keeping it to its glory the way that it should be, and to keep people coming here forever and ever.
And I tell you, Lisa just hit it right on the head, okay? You can make a difference today by calling in a donation. Matter of fact, she is still on the phone over there. If it's toll-free to our listeners across the United States and the world, wherever you're picking our broadcast up from. It's toll-free at 844, it's right on your screen there, 264-1111, or locally, 853-4444. I'd like to thank Joey Tessero, Joey Isabel, and the Cranesville Block Radio Group as they're broadcasting this on all 7 of their radio stations throughout the day, starting at 8 o'clock this morning. So we're in place. We're ready to go. We've got entertainment. We're going to have some great times and a lot of fun between now and 3 o'clock. And look at that right there, Lisa, the homeless Jesus that came in the other day. The nuns, what nuns were here yesterday? Can somebody tell me? There's a group of nuns that were here.
Carmelites.
Carmelites? There were
From
a group of
Germantown,
nuns,
right?
Yes, and Lisa, they cried. They actually, literally cried. They touched the Jesus, the homeless Jesus, and the tears was just pouring out of them. And I had such a, funny feeling inside. They all took time to sit next to the homeless Jesus, and that is, can we take a shot of that over there, of the homeless Jesus? Francis, why don't you join us?
There it is. The homeless Jesus. Now, where is the original homeless Jesus? It's at the Vatican.
Right.
Blessed by the Pope.
Yeah.
The sculptor is Timothy Schmaltz,
Right.
who is going to be doing work for us here at the shrine.
Yes.
We've commissioned him to do some work here
Oh
at
my
the
God,
shrine.
he's doing the Kateri Grotto, the Blessed Mother Grotto, and I guess he's doing the crucifix and the cross, right?
Yeah,
In the ravine?
a lot of people remember here at the shrine that down in the ravine, there is a beautiful cross, and a lot of the pilgrims go to the cross to bring their intercessions and ask for healing, ask for grace, ask for God's blessing. Well, we've come up with a beautiful idea that down in the ravine, that's where Saint Rene's body is, his remains, and that's where Isaac Jogues had placed his body so that the Indians wouldn't tear it apart anymore. So there's going to be this beautiful crucifix, and then underneath the crucifix is going to be Saint Isaac holding the body of Saint Rene before he places him into the river.
Beautiful.
Before he buries him. It's going to be unbelievable.
Do we have a shot at that, Joe? Can we pick that up over here? The homeless Jesus?
So the homeless Jesus, and when Timothy created this sculpture, this beautiful sculpture that you can see here with our bishop, Bishop Scharfenberger, he wants people to think about what, Joey?
Love, peace,
Love,
homeless,
peace, but-
reflection.
There I am,
Yes.
right?
There I am, right.
There I am. And whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, that you do unto me. So what I challenge people to do is make that $250 pledge. Put this sculpture in your home and look at it every day. Not just that, but challenge. What happens when you put a sculpture like that in your home?
Everybody would.
Everybody looks at it and says, what is that? So it becomes an educational piece too,
Right.
right?
Right.
This means whatsoever you do to the least of your brothers, that you do unto me. So it becomes an educational opportunity for you to share with others, and you become a teacher.
Randall, can you bring us the homeless Jesus, the small statue there?
Lisa, that's a very good point, because down in Washington, D.C., where I go to the seminary, there is a homeless Jesus statue in front of Catholic Charities the Archdiocese has purchased. You know what the people down there call it? My Jesus. This is our Jesus. Because down there, they are homeless. And they sit in the parks, they walk the streets, they try to find the food that they can eat, they go to the soup kitchens. And the community has really picked up the responsibility of feeding these homeless people. But there are thousands of them. And this statue, they call My Jesus.
Wow. It's a wonderful thing. And the Pope, we have people everywhere who are homeless, who are starving. We have refugees that has been in the news. And so here we have this wonderful sacred place here in our own backyard, this beautiful shrine that we're trying to save. And it all comes back to the faith. It all circles back to the faith. We know we're losing Catholics. We know people are leaving. And we can't lose what we already have here, this wonderful shrine, this wonderful symbol of our faith. Things like this that give us an opportunity to live the faith, to show the faith, and to share our faith with others. And for $250, not only are you making a contribution to this shrine and a pledge to keep it here and keep it in its beautiful glory, but you're giving yourself a tool that you can put in your home or your office, wherever, and use it as an educational tool to share with others.
And I will say that one of my brother seminarians actually bought one of these. Or made a donation for me, in honor of me, because of my anticipation of ordination next year. And so it is a beautiful image of really the love of Jesus Christ. And not only do they get this homeless Jesus autographed by Tim for the $250 donation, but they also get an engravement on one of the new grottos that's going to go here on the campus of Our Lady of Martyrs. So it's going to be something that you could remember,
forever.
And your family could remember forever.
Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful thing.
And I tell you, Lisa put it right there. Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is what our faith is about, and it's educational, and actually, it's faith-based, like she mentioned. There's the numbers on the screens. The phones are ringing. She's got about 4 pledges in her hands of donations that came in. We have a volunteer that I'd like to talk to, but right now I want to go to Jack Arnicki, who was supposed to be here, but something took place in his family, and he's unable to attend. But he wanted to send this very special message out to his friends and listeners and viewers from when he was on Channel 6. Randall?
Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you. 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith. It's a place of renewal. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
We are back, and I'd like to welcome, I guess, the historian of all of our artifacts. Beth Lynch is with us here today.
Thank you.
And she's going to talk a little bit about what we have here, and I'm learning more and more about the, and I want to say, true treasures that we have.
Yes, thank you.
And a treasure is something you can't find anywhere else.
Exactly.
And we have things here at the Shrine that you cannot find anywhere else. And Beth, who's been a longtime volunteer here at the Shrine, is going to tell us about some of those treasures we have.
Yes, it was just such a blessing to be able to work here, to volunteer here, and to share.
For how long? How long have you?
Several years, almost 5 years.
Okay.
As an employee. And people don't really know the whole story of the Shrine. They pass by it, they might know bits and pieces, but if they take the time to learn from the history of the Mohawk people, how the Jesuits got here, what happened to them, how the Shrine grew from the martyrs and the Mohawk experience here, it's phenomenal. And I'll never...
Sounds like a documentary, if you ask me.
It is. And there has been one. Footprints in the Wilderness was put out a few years ago on EWTN. But I remember one woman, after she heard the whole story, she was in tears. And as she walked away, she said, "You know, now I understand the Shrine is more than just a cross on the side of the road." Exactly.
That's it.
You know, we have to know the whole story to understand what happened here and why it's so important to keep it and to preserve it and to understand it as our faith, as our Catholic faith, but as a part of the history of New York. It's phenomenal. So what I would do when I was here was to tour the grounds, and you had talked, Father, about the ravine, what a significant part of the history that is. And the whole grounds, because the Mohawk village was here. And we have to understand our interrelationship with the indigenous people and who they were and how they lived and what their beliefs were. And how the Jesuits, for a good part of this, got along well. But there were these conflicts as well, obviously. And many of them did eventually convert to the Catholic faith. Why? The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. Mm-hmm. You know, when they see this suffering and this, what do you mean? You're willing to give your life for this? What in the world is this that it's so important? Who is this Jesus Christ that you're willing to shed your blood for him? I want to know that. I want that in my heart that you had it in yours. So this is what we're trying to impart on other people and what this interrelationship was. Because aren't we today going into a culture who does not know who Jesus is? or they think they know him, but they don't, or they know a little bit about him, but they haven't encountered him, as Pope Francis says. You know, we have to have an encounter with him. This is what the Jesuits brought to the Mohawk people. This is what we're bringing now to the secularized people in our culture today. So this is what I was doing here at the shrine.
That's wonderful.
And one of the ways that we do bring that message to all these people who come here is through our artifacts.
Yes.
And you put together with some other volunteers one of the museums here on the campus.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's in that
Sure.
museum?
Sure.
So when visitors come, they get to see some precious items.
Yes, yes, they do. I had set up a timeline in the museum so that it starts with the Mohawk village. And here we had stones that were tools that people could hold in their hands. You know, these were things that Isaac Jogues would have had to, you know, because he was a slave when he was here. He would have had to grind the corn. You know, these were the tools that he might have used. There were furs that, you know, they would wrap themselves in the winter, not from that long ago, but it was tactile. It was something people could touch. And then we had stakes, wooden stakes from a Jesuit mission in Canada, the actual stakes from the 1600s that Isaac Jogues helped build in Canada. He could very well have had his hands on this wood. And the reason it survived a fire was that these were the portions of the stakes that were underground when that fort was burned to the ground. These are in the museum today. We have a tiny piece of a paper that St. Isaac had written, the actual account of the death of St. Rene Goupil, that he wrote, that were in his, very difficult to write, because remember, his hands were mutilated.
Right.
Many of his fingers were missing. He had no fingernails. And yet he had enough of his fingers left that he could write in his own handwriting. That document, a tiny piece of it, is preserved in a little frame that's in that museum.
It's fascinating.
Oh, it's
What
a
would you consider
second-class
the
relic.
most interesting or most fascinating relic? If you had to pick one, what would be the most interesting and why?
I think that one. I think that one. And I would take that. I would hold that in my hand, because he had that in his hand. You know, this is why relics are such a treasure.
Sure they are.
You know, because don't we do that with people that we love? We have like a little
Something
locket.
of theirs that we hold dear.
Exactly, exactly. And this is something of his.
That we hold dear here at the shrine.
Exactly right, yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And we need to reach out to the world and share with everyone what we have here.
Yes.
We need to keep these grounds preserved. We need to make this a beautiful place that people want to come visit. We need to get the word out to children.
Yes.
We need to get the word out to everyone about what we have here and keep this a beautiful place
Yes.
that people want to come to, and people want to stay here and be here and help us to save.
Well, and to bring life to it.
Absolutely.
To bring life to it. You know, this, like that woman said, this isn't just a cross on the side of the road. This is living history here.
Yes.
Just like our faith.
Not just for
It's
Catholics,
living
but
faith.
for everyone. It's a
Yes.
valuable
Yes.
piece of New York State history. Not just
Exactly.
New York State, but United States in the world. And
Right.
Canada, I mean, is as important
Sure,
to
it
Canada.
all ties together. In fact, one of the pilgrimages that's coming here today walk from Lake George. You know, this pilgrimage through, they don't come from Canada, but when Isaac was captured from Three Rivers on St. Lawrence River, walked through Lake Champlain from Lake George all the way to Auriesville here. This march, this is what pilgrimage is. You know, it's a penitential thing. You know, we've kind of made it comfortable. We get on the air-conditioned bus and, you know, it's comfortable. It wasn't that way in his day. And so it's penitential, and it's let's see what he experienced. What was it like? And I think that we can make the shrine that. We can make it a holy place again, where we can connect with the ground. And I experienced that. You know, my time here kind of culminated in the canonization of St. Kateri Tekakwitha. You know, I left shortly after that. And her canonization was for the Mohawk people, finally that validation of, yes, we are a part of this story. One of ours is a part of the Catholic history and the Catholic faith. And she can show us the way. She lived for Jesus. The Blessed Mother, the Blessed Mother's mantle surrounded Kateri, and she gives that to us. So it's this wonderful integration,
Of all
I
of
think,
that.
of all of that.
Well, Beth,
Yes.
you are a treasure, and I
Yes.
thank you
Well,
so much
thank
for
you,
being with
Lisa.
us here
Thank you.
and for your
Yes.
knowledge and for all of your hard work, because
bless you,
it really
too.
helps to
Yes.
pull this all together.
Yes, for the greater glory of God,
Absolutely.
right, as the Jesuits say.
And we are
Thank
going
you.
now to a vignette with our Shelby Wadsworth, who's going to take us on a tour of these beautiful grounds here at Auriesville.
Hello and welcome to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. My name is Shelby Wadsworth and I will be giving you a tour of our grounds today. We will be visiting our famous Coliseum, the original 1885 chapel, and several other monuments that we have here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So this is the original entrance to the village of Asineranon. The village of Asineranon is where the Mohawk Indians lived, including St. Kateri Tekakwitha. These crosses right here are on behalf of our three Jesuit saints, St. Rene Goupil, St. Isaac Jogues, and St. John Lalande. And these crosses were actually built from the trees in our ravine, which is considered to be the most holy grounds on our campus here. Here at our candle hut, we actually have several things within the inside. Something special is we have the original chalice used for our Thanksgiving Mass here at the Auriesville Shrine for St. Kateri Tekakwitha's canonization. We also have several candles where you can leave a special prayer. The building is lined with Spanish mosaic tiles along the walls just to make it even more beautiful. Welcome to the 1885 chapel. This is the original and oldest chapel we have here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. For the first Mass held here, the only thing that was on the inside was the priest and the altar. The original altar can now be found down in our ravine. But what was special about this event, we actually had over 4,000 people standing outside on chairs to receive communion. Directly behind me is the First Sorrow of Mary. Here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we have 7 Sorrows of Mary, and they actually outline the village of Asineranon. So often we have our pilgrimage groups that come here to visit do each 7 Sorrows of Mary that outline the village of Asineranon. Directly to my left is a brick formation that is actually the 3rd station of the cross. The stations of the cross start at our Kateri Chapel and lead all the way up to our Jesuit residence. Pilgrimage groups often travel in large groups to do each station of the cross together. Directly behind me is the statue of Our Lady of Fatima. What is special about this specific statue is every year we have a special event in May, the first Saturday in May, and this event is called the May Crowning. What the May Crowning is an event where young children gather here and place a crown of flowers on top of Mary's head. Also, we have 3 smaller statues that are the 3 children that Mary had appeared to in Fatima, Portugal. This is our Kateri Chapel and Martyrs Chapel. This chapel was built in 1894 to house the thousands and thousands of people that were visiting the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Now, this chapel is used for our daily masses. The inside actually has relics of the 8 North American martyrs, so you can come to visit the actual bones of one of the 8 North American martyrs. The village of Asineranon is also known as the Land of Crosses. The reason it is called this is because throughout our grounds we have several red crosses on our trees, such as this one. The reason we have the crosses on our trees is because something St. Isaac Jogues had done in the 1600s. After the death of St. Rene Goupil, St. Isaac Jogues snuck off into the night and carved crosses into the trees to kind of honor St. Rene Goupil. The reason these are red is to symbolize the blood of the martyrs. Therefore, throughout our grounds, we put several red crosses on our trees to represent that act of St. Isaac Jogues. This is our Pieta statue, or Pieta. This is a replica of Archman's Pieta in Munster, Germany. This statue once stood below a giant marble dome. This statue is actually famously replicated from Michelangelo's artwork. This is our famous statue of Saint Kateri Tekakwitha. Where this statue is located is said to be the birthplace to Saint Kateri Tekakwitha. We have a memorial marker marking this birthplace. Saint Kateri Tekakwitha's name actually means a person who puts things into place, or a person who bumps into things. The reason she got this name was because when she endured smallpox at the young age of 4, she became partially blind. Saint Kateri Tekakwitha actually died at a very young age of 24. Her last words in Mohawk Indian were Aso no Lunkwa, which means Jesus, I love you. And a miracle had happened just 10 minutes after her death. Her skin was said to have completely vanished of all her blemishes and scars from smallpox, and she became the most beautiful she ever had. The rock formation behind me is known as Teresa's Rosary. Teresa was a young 13-year-old girl that was captured by the Mohawk Indians. She did not want to give up on her Catholic religion. The Mohawk Indians were not fond of Catholicism, so they took her rosary away from her. Therefore, Teresa built a rock formation such as this one to pray the rosary on her knees. Our evergreen cross is formed of silver spruce. This cross is visible from the New York State Thruway and the Mohawk River. This represents the planting of faith in Catholicism in New York State.
The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is pleased to present to you Gary and Anna performing Ave Maria. Thank you.
So, and Joey Salamak. And we're broadcasting live right here from the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. A lot of people calling for donations. And
That's because they
Kathy,
probably heard that Ave Maria.
I know. You got a beautiful voice. That is beautiful. I wish I could do that.
Anna,
Really? Where are you from?
Anna's mom spilled the beans, and she told me that you were nervous. Never would have proved that by me, Anna.
Really?
That was spectacular.
That is wonderful. Two donations here. Kathy Ledestro, $250 for the homeless Jesus, and Jennifer Connolly, $100 as well. And you know, Lisa, yesterday the Knights of Columbus came. They already gave us $600,000. They gave us another $50,000 for the homeless Jesus.
It's
So
spectacular.
that right
They are
there is going to
wonderful.
go next to the unborn child, and we'll put flowers around it. It's going to be gorgeous.
It's absolutely beautiful. I have a challenge, though, that I
Go
want to
ahead.
throw out. Everybody that's watching us right now on nationalshrine.tv, I want them to call a friend and ask them to log on and watch us as well.
You're right.
Right?
Right. And all you people listening to the Cranesville Block radio stations, make sure that they call a friend as well.
And ask them to tune in and think about this shrine and think about what it means. You know, we talk about, everybody gets so negative about things in this area.
Yeah.
This is such a gem, and we want to preserve it. We're not starting from scratch. We're trying to shine this gem. And get on the phone, call your friends, make a small donation, encourage people to watch, and learn. Learn about what we have here. It's part of tourism and economic development. It's part of preserving what we have in this area, bringing revenue and money into this area. That's what it's all about, people. And you don't have to do a lot. Encourage someone to watch, encourage someone to listen, encourage people to be a part of it. That's all you have to do. Make a phone call. Spread the good news instead of spreading the bad news and talking down about things.
And of course, in this small town, this small communities like Loversville, Johnstown, and Amsterdam, we always hear the bad. We never hear the good.
That's right.
And you got some good news on that sheet of paper right there.
I do. I have some good news. And do you want me to talk about this?
Yeah, why don't we talk to the top
All
half
right.
of that?
So we'll talk about this. Our good friends with the Knights of Columbus have asked us to join them on Sunday, December 13th. And it's kind of scary how close Christmas is, right?
Yeah.
Holy Moses.
2.5 months.
Oh, my goodness. At 4:30 p.m. for the Radio City Christmas Spectacular. It's a great gift. The tickets are $95, which is a great price for that. And join them and head out for the Christmas Spectacular, 4:30 p.m. Christmas magic comes to life on stage. The living nativity with the live animals. It's great. So with the purchase of each ticket, $11 is donated to the shrine. So it's a wonderful deal. You can contact them. You can call 917-693-6840. So it's a nice way to share in the Christmas joy and also make a donation come back to the shrine. So 917-693-6840, Radio City Christmas Spectacular, Sunday, December 13th, with the New York State Council of the Knights of Columbus.
And you know, everybody can't do what the Knights are doing, but you can be a part of this very special love story by calling in. The numbers on your screen. 853-4444. And you should come up today until 3 o'clock so you could see the homeless Jesus that's right here inside the visitor center where the gift shop is. And by the way, everything in the gift shop today, 75% off. That is wonderful. And we're going to read some donations behind us, and then we're going to let Shelby do the second part of that tour right after we read some more donations. So let's bring Joe Salamak, and let's see. You know, Lisa, I think I want her to become a nun.
Does she want to become a
No.
nun?
He's been saying that since I was
A long
5.
time, a long time.
Okay, we'd like to thank from Coxsackie, New York, Mary Hollenbach for $100. Martin O'Grady of East Atlantic Beach, New York, $100. From St. Peter's Church of Saratoga Springs, $100.
And you know, Kelly, we should challenge the churches too.
Oh, absolutely.
All the churches should be getting, more involved in this whole process. This is their, let's step up there, people. Come on.
That's right. We challenge you.
We challenge you.
Irene Colton of Gloversville, New York, $100. Stanley Tobias of Amsterdam, $100. Thank you so much. Kevin Gadra of Skinny Atlas of New York, $100. Thank you. Nage Rick of Menands, $200. And Eric Maurer of Earlton, New York, $500. Thank you.
That's so wonderful. You know, William Baressa just called in honor of his dad, Wilford. He gave $100 from Saratoga. Thank you. Gary and Coral Simons from Catskill, New York, $100. Thanks. Michael and Nancy Donahue, $250 from Lawrence, New York. The Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 55 from Amsterdam, thank you, $1,000. Holy Trinity Parish in Johnstown, thank you so much. Our parish, $500. That's what Lisa was talking about. Parishes get involved. We also have a check that came in just not long ago for $200 from the shrine, for the shrine, the Church of the Immaculate Conception in Glenville, New York. Thank you so much. Michael Razovich from Amsterdam, $600. The O'Shaughnessy's from Blaine, Washington, $200. Advantage Rentals and Equipment from Amsterdam, $200. Robert and Patricia Benden from Albany, New York, $200. The Wojaks from Amsterdam, New York, thank you, $200. Margaret Kinling from Alexandria, Virginia, $200. Dominic Myers from Utica, New York, $200. You know, it's not just from this area, it's from all over. Like Joey has said, 28 states. So many people have given from all around the world, so please continue to give. Thank you.
And you have to remember, with the nationalshrine.tv, people can get on their computer no matter where they are. So if you have friends anywhere in the United States, anywhere beyond the United States, they can log on and join us, and they can learn about the shrine. You can tell them about the shrine that's right here in your own backyard. So if you happen to be listening locally on the radio, you can ask your friends to get on their computer and just type in the address nationalshrine.tv, and they can be a part of this as well.
And you can also come up and see us up here. We have the Homeless Jesus here, and this one, Joey has said, was given to us now by the Knights of Columbus. Thank you so much. They were here yesterday and had a mass with the bishop. We also want to thank our sponsors. Of course, the Knights of Columbus have sponsored us and always do. Velocity Marketing, Asset Management Company, Russo's, who is supplying the food up here and is amazing. From Amsterdam, they have a restaurant in Broad Auburn and also Boston Spa, and the Veritable Foundation. We thank them for sponsoring this telethon.
We are going to go now to another vignette, which have all been beautifully done, very educational. And again, nationalshrine.tv. I challenge you to encourage your friends to log on and join us here this morning to learn more about this beautiful shrine that we have here in Auriesville, the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
This statue is our second statue of Our Lady of Fatima at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This is a replica of the Our Lady of Fatima statue in the Vatican Gardens in Rome. What is special about this statue is it is formed in a different way to show Our Lady of Fatima. She is actually bending down so you can see her face, so people are often invited to stand right below her and look up at her. This is our most recent monument here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Built in 1994, this is the memorial to the unborn. This is a location for people to come and pray for the children lost to abortion or to the unborn children. Welcome to our Coliseum. Our Coliseum was built in 1930 with plenty of symbolism. Above, we have a 3-tier roof symbolizing the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity. Surrounding the Coliseum, we have 72 single doors. The 72 doors symbolize the 72 disciples. We also have 8 double doors. The 8 double doors symbolize our 8 North American martyrs. 5 of the martyrs are from Canada, and 3 of them we have right here: St. Isaac Jogues, St. Rene Goupil, and St. John Lalande. There are actually 12 aisles and 12 pews. That symbolizes the 12 apostles. Behind me, we have our altar. The front altar is a Vatican II altar which is where the priest focuses on the congregation. We have 3 pre-Vatican altars that are on the right side, the left side, and the far side. Those are the pre-Vatican altars that were used when the priests were focusing more on the altar rather than the congregation. We have a higher altar, which is at the top. When we have the Coliseum filled is when it is used. This was once used by Cardinal Cushing back in 1959. The Coliseum accommodates 10,000 people sitting and 15,000 people standing. For St. Kateri Tekakwitha's canonization back in 2012, we had 5,000 people in attendance. This is our Sacred Heart Chapel. This wooden chapel was built in 2005 to provide an outdoor venue for our pilgrimage groups. This is the entrance to the ravine. The ravine is considered to be the most holy part of our grounds here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This is where St. Isaac Jogues laid René Goupil's body in the ravine after he was killed by the Mohawk Indians. To my right is a sign that is the writings of St. Isaac Jogues. These are the original journal entries that he had written about his experience here in the Mohawk village. Beneath this gazebo is our oldest statue here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs and the original altar from the 1885 chapel. This is one of the few statues of St. René Goupil here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This statue depicts René Goupil showing a young Indian child the sign of the cross. The Indians were not fond of Catholicism, therefore he was killed. Welcome to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs Visitor Center. On one side, we have our museum, where you can find replicas of the canoes that St. Isaac Jogues used to travel to the village of Asanernon. We also have other things representing St. Kateri Tekakwitha, St. René Goupil, St. John Lalande, and St. Isaac Jogues. On the other side, we also have our gift shop. Here you can buy several religious items, including rosaries and prayer cards. Thank you for joining us on a tour of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. For more information, you can visit us on our website, www.martyrshrine.org, or you can give us a call at our office, 518-853-3033. We hope to see you soon at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
And we are back. Thank you. That's Shelby Wadsworth from Siena College, who's been giving tours throughout the summer here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. I got to tell you, those college kids really worked hard this year for the Shrine in the preparation for this telethon and all the events that took place. And you know, Lisa, yesterday history was made at the Shrine. Never did we have 2 back-to-back bishops here at the Shrine. So I want you to talk about that Mass that Bishop Ed did. And also, I want Lisa to talk about the homeless Jesus.
Well, Joey, this whole weekend we've been celebrating for 3 days now has been a historic moment. Here we are celebrating 130 years of the Shrine. This weekend, Pope Francis is in Cuba today. He arrives in the United States on Tuesday. Yesterday, we like Joey said, we had Bishop Emeritus Howard Hubbard here and Bishop Scharfenberger. The Bishop of the Diocese of Albany was here, did a Mass. And we also had a special guest, Jake Finkboner, who was healed through the intercession of Kateri and was the cause for her sainthood. And he's been with us all day, or all weekend, and he's going to be with us again all day today. And then again, we have these miniature statues of the homeless Jesus here with us.
Which is absolutely beautiful. And we were talking, they're signed by the sculptor. Now, Timothy Schmaltz is the sculptor of this homeless Jesus. The life-size homeless Jesus was purchased by the Knights of Columbus to be here at the Shrine for us to see. The original is in the Vatican in Rome, blessed by the Pope. He is so moved by this piece. And I think it's the foundation of who he is, who the Pope is, what he is trying to get us to do, and how he wants us to live our lives.
And what we're looking at right there was a video of Bishop Scharferberger blessing the homeless Jesus that was donated to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine from the Knights of Columbus.
It's wonderful. What the Pope says is, as is written in the Bible, whatsoever we do for the least of our brothers, that you do unto me. And so, as he's telling us with all of the refugees who are seeking refuge, house someone, take care of someone, do for someone. And that's how he wants the Catholics to live their lives. And so this beautiful statue can be yours for $250, for a $250 donation, signed by the sculptor, and then you also get a tile in the grottos that are being built here on the grounds, either the Blessed Mother or the St. Kateri grotto that are going to be here.
And these grottos are one of a kind. They have actually been designed by Tim just recently. He's been commissioned to do 3 grottos here at the shrine. 2 of them are extremely significant. One is Our Lady of Martyrs, which we don't have a Lady of Martyrs grotto here at the shrine. We have a beautiful Fatima, we have a Lourdes, and now we're going to, next spring, have Our Lady of Martyrs. It's a beautiful image of Our Lady with her arms spread out. And the 3 saints who were martyred here on this campus, St. Isaac Jogues, St. Rene, and St. John, are elevated above the Blessed Mother, ascending into heaven for their martyrdom. The second one is going to be of St. Kateri Tekakwitha. One of the things that we notice is we see all these beautiful images and statues of St. Kateri as a young girl, never as a little child. So it's here on these grounds where she was born. So the significance of the St. Kateri grotto is she's going to be a little child with her mother. Her mother, the one who taught her about the Christian faith. And as a mother,
Mohawk.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And so with a $250 donation, somebody can have not only this statue to remind them, signed, and remind them of the love of Jesus and the suffering, but also have a memorial plaque put on one of these new grottos.
And as I mentioned earlier, you put this in your home. It's a reminder, but it's also a teaching tool, because people will say, what is this? And they'll ask about it, and then it gives you an opportunity to talk about your faith, to remind them, and it reminds you every day of your faith and what you're trying to do and how you should be living your life.
One of the things about this this homeless Jesus is, obviously we don't see the body of Jesus. Mm-hmm. He's wrapped in a cloth and a blanket. What you see, though, are the holes in his feet, and that resembles our Christian faith, what we as Catholics experience, the suffering that Jesus went through for all of us. And so, Friday, 200 of these arrived here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. There's not many left. There's about 100 of them left. So today's the last day.
This is it. So your $250 donation goes a long way. It's a wonderful piece. It's absolutely beautiful. And you can tell people it's also at the Vatican. It'll be here at the shrine, but the original's at the Vatican. And it's a beloved piece by the Pope himself.
Absolutely.
So we are going to go now, Joey, to another vignette. Is that where we're headed?
Yes.
Do we have another vignette ready to go?
The thank you to the Knights.
The thank you to the Knights. Okay.
This video is dedicated to the Knights of Columbus and Supreme Knight Carl Anderson for their wonderful gift of love and support to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, not only during this 130th year anniversary celebration, but to the many knights who have shown love, support, and devotion over the years. The Knights of Columbus works informed by these 4 core principles: charity, Our Catholic faith teaches us to love thy neighbor as thyself. Members of the Knights of Columbus show love for their neighbors by conducting food drives and donating food to local soup kitchens and food pantries, by volunteering at Special Olympics, and by supporting, both spiritually and materially, mothers who choose life for their babies. Knights recognize that our mission and our faith in God compels us to action. There is no better way to experience love and compassion than by helping those in need, a call we answer every day. Unity. None of us is as good as all of us. Members of the Knights of Columbus all know that together we can accomplish far more than any of us could individually. So we stick together. We support one another. That doesn't mean we always agree or that there's never a difference of opinion. It does mean, though, that as a Knight of Columbus, you can count on the support and encouragement of your brother Knights as you work to make life better in your parish and community. Fraternity. The Venerable Michael J. McGivney founded the Knights of Columbus in large part to provide assistance to the widows and children left behind when the family breadwinner died, often prematurely. The Order's top-rated insurance program continues to do this today, as do individual Knights who last year gave more than 10 million hours of their time to assist sick and/or disabled members and their families. In the Knights of Columbus, we watch out for and take care of one another. Patriotism. Members of the Knights of Columbus, be they Americans, Canadians, Mexicans, Cubans, Filipinos, Poles, or Dominicans, are patriotic citizens. We are proud of our devotion to God and country and believe in standing up for both. Whether it's in public or private, the Knights remind the world that Catholics support their nations and are amongst the greatest citizens. Listen and enjoy the words of Supreme Knight Carl A. Anderson, spoken at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Orisville, New York, June 13th, 2015.
What happened here is a faith every missionary to the New World knew was not just a possibility, but a probability. As St. Isaac Jogues wrote to a colleague in France, "I shall go, but I shall not return." Martyrdom for these brave men was not an abstraction, and yet they came. And in the case of St. Isaac Jogues, even after being tortured, he came back. And then he came back a third time, when the ultimate sacrifice was exacted. No wonder the Mohawks called him the indomitable one. Places like Orisville are spiritual heritage sites of mankind. They are holy places where people change the spiritual future of our nation. The history of America is incomplete without the memory of this place. Here the New World was made truly new because the gospel message was proclaimed, sometimes by preaching, always by living, and sometimes, in the end, by dying.
I want to more completely acknowledge now our Supreme Knight, Mr. Carl Anderson, his wife Dorian. You have brought us hope. We appreciate that, all of us. Hope, which springs eternal. You have brought real life to the shrine for an ongoing building of the kingdom of God. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in our 130th anniversary celebration telethon. And a special thank you for Supreme Knight Carl Anderson and all the Knights of Columbus at the service of the communities in which we all live and the needy around the world for more than 127 years. For your charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism, and love, we thank you. From all of us, with open doors and open hearts, we are your Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Voorheesville, New York.
We are back on the air. The phones are ringing. We're excited because donations are coming in this morning. I want to remind you, not only can you find us on your computer, but if you're driving around or you know somebody that's got a phone, you can get great reception on your phone as well for this program. nationalshrine.tv. Google it, find us on your phone. I was watching on the phone last night. I have one of those big phones because my daughter says I can't see. You need a bigger phone, Mom. You need a bigger phone, Mom, so you can see. Which size should I go for? The biggest one, Mom. So now they laugh at me because it looks like I'm putting an iPad up to my head. So anyway, nationalshrine.tv. You can get us on the phone at 853-4444 if you are local. If you need to call toll-free, you call us at 844-264-1111. I'm going to hand it over to Joe Salamak and to Kelly Caruso, who are going to tell us about the pledges that we have.
Okay. From Alphonse and Marie Keith from Queensbury, $100. Thank you so much. Daniel Heinz of Brendanton, Florida, $100. From the Ashmores, Thomas and Ursula of Clinton, New York, $100. Donna and Joseph Klein of Delmar, New York, $100. The Markses, Douglas and Teresa of Boston Spa, $100. William Curran of Crossville, Tennessee, $100. Thank you so much. Kyle Kuskar of Saratoga Springs, another $100. Joseph Plumidor of Gloversville, $25. Betty Mamel of Park Ridge, Illinois, $100. The Grecos of Schenectady, $100. Gregory and Marie Adams of Newark, Delaware, $100. Patrick and Jean Donlin of Endwell, New York, $100. And the Stranges, Christopher and Jane of Schenectady, $500.
All right.
That's great, Kelly. Cornelius Cook and Judith Conlon from Rensselaer, New York, $1,000. Florence and Thomas Coughlin from Webster, New York, $1,000. Knights of Columbus, Council 13222 from Stamford, New York, $100. Helen Costanzo and Mary Bowles from Waterford, New York, $100. Frank and Lori Traglia, $100. John Dillon, $100. Catherine Underwood from Albany, $100. Janet Calmer from Clinton, New York, $100. The Antonellis from Solvay, New York, $100. The Emmerichs from Herkimer, New York, $100. Carolyn Feminino from Clifton Park, $100. John Pellicos from Schenectady, $50. Paul Perot from Gloversville, New York, thank you, $100. And John Copia and Joan Cobart from Albany, New York, $100. Thank you all so much, and we will continue reading all these pledges because we appreciate your gifts.
We also like to thank Carol and Chuck Lynch, who were here yesterday. They dropped off a check from Herkimer, New York for $50.
Wonderful. I've been told that there are only 14, thanks, Joey, 14 of these signed Homeless Jesus sculptures left.
14, that's it.
14 and we're done of the signed Homeless Jesus.
Now we're going to we do have some extra ones, Lisa, but 14 is the magic number because those are the only ones that are signed.
The signed ones.
The other ones are not signed.
Timothy Schmaltz is the sculpture. Here it is, the Homeless Jesus. And can we see, I don't know how well we can see this, but there's a photo of the Pope here.
We're going to zoom in on this.
Blessing the statue at the Vatican. So the Pope is blessing.
Joe, can we zoom in on this?
I don't know how well you can get, but these are all the works of Timothy Schmaltz. The Homeless Jesus, we have 14 of them signed, okay? So this is his book. You can see the Pope blessing it. The Homeless Jesus. You can see the holes in his feet. He's covered in a cloth so no one can recognize who it is, and that's the premise behind this sculpture.
And this is the whole circle of it, the story about it. Here's the statue.
Mm-hmm.
Here's our Holy Father who preaches about mercy, blessing it. And then here is a woman. This is what you see. People going up to this statue with tears in their eyes. Yesterday we had 50 nuns here crying. They take care of the poor, they take care of the sick, so they're used to taking care of the suffering. And they saw this statue. They put their hands in the holes of the feet of Jesus, and they were crying.
And this is what our Holy Father wants us to do, to take care of others. And in taking care of others as well, taking care of this shrine, which is a symbol of our faith, keeping the faith, keeping these symbols of our faith, so that as our Catholic faith, I feel like it's getting away from us. Francis, I don't know how you feel, but I encourage my children, our children, to attend Mass, and they're off to college now. It's hard, I get it. It's not cool, I get it. But it's not easy either, and people feel like they're nagging, but it's important. And I tell our children all the time, my husband and I, you have to be role models, you have to do it too. But we tell them all the time that it's important to have your faith. It's a guiding force for how to live your life. And when we have things like the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, which is one of the top 10 shrines in the world, here in our backyard, a gem for our region, it's important to preserve what we have. We can't lose it. And it's starting to slip away if we don't take care of what we have. It's a symbol of our faith. It's here for us. I've talked before about how important it's been in my life, all the various stages of my life. And so things like the homeless Jesus as a symbol for people to see, the signed version of this that you can have for a $250 donation, all of these important things for our shrine. Do you have something for us?
And it's by calling 853-4444, 853-4444.
Introduce yourself, Rose. Come on.
Oh,
Come on, Rose.
I'm Rose Tate of Saratoga Springs, New York, and I'm thrilled that we have some donations from Saratoga Springs.
What brings you to the shrine, though?
Oh, I'm a devotee of the shrine. I love it here.
Do you work here?
Well, if you call volunteering 24/7, yes.
That's work.
One of our very many volunteers here.
That's work,
And
absolutely.
we love the volunteers. We have them here, and we even have some donations from here.
Terrific.
The first donation I have is from the Lanzeras of Saratoga Springs for $25. And the next donation is for $500 from Ciro's. Racing City Corporation, Keith Kantorowitz of Saratoga Springs, New York.
Thank you.
And the Hunt and Fish Club of New York City. For $1,000 from California, from Mike and Dan, we have a $2,000 donation from Miss Vicky in Oneonta, New York.
Wow, wonderful.
Awesome.
A $100 donation from William Bassara, Saratoga Springs, New York, in honor of his father, William J. We have $250 from Elise Nolly, who's one of the technicians working here.
Thank you,
and
Elise.
in honor of her grandmother, Angela Nolly.
Wonderful. Thank you, Elise.
Thank you. And we have a $20 donation from Catherine Harold of Troy, New York. And we'd like to thank you all.
That,
When you hold the hook up, so another, do it again. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Rose, very much, and thank you for all you do for the shrine.
so we've been here for 3 days now, celebrating a 130-year celebration of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. As soon as we got on the air this morning, we were on for not even 5 minutes, and those phones started ringing. The donations have been coming in, and we have been selling out of these homeless Jesus, these
Statues.
miniature statues. This is a beautiful catalog of all of Timothy's gorgeous
His work is
works.
magnificent. It really is moving. It is absolutely moving. And so much so that the Pope loves it and has commissioned pieces, and it moves him as well. And we're lucky enough, through the Knights of Columbus, to have a beautiful replica of that statue here on our grounds that was blessed by the bishop yesterday. You can have a replica of that statue in your home, a small version. We've sold 2 more, so we only have a few of these signed versions left. We're very excited about them, and we're excited that Timothy's going to be doing work here for us at the shrine. With your help, with your donations, it's very important to keep our shrine, the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, as a shining gem in the Mohawk Valley, to continue to bring people here. The more we have, the shinier the gem, the more people like to see it, right?
Absolutely.
The more people look at it. I mean, it's a terrible analogy, but the woman with a big shiny diamond on her hand gets a lot of looks, right? And we've got a big shiny diamond right here.
We do.
That we want to buff it up so that more people come and take a look.
And you know, Lisa, as a seminarian, this is my 6th year in school, I've had this wonderful couple, Sue and Norm O'Neill. Every year before I go to the seminary, they take me on a pilgrimage to visit some of the Marian shrines around the country. I've been to 8 out of the top 10 shrines in the United States of America. Oresville, New York was the first one I've been to, Our Lady of Martyrs. I've been to 8 out of the 10. Our Lady of Martyrs shrine is the top. There's nothing like the view that you have here in the Mohawk Valley. There's nothing like the story. All these other shrines, they're beautiful, but this is the place where Kateri was born. This is the place where the martyrs, Isaac, John, Renee, this is where their bodies are. There's nothing like this place in the United States of America.
And we need to remind people of that. We need to bring more people here. We have work to do here at this shrine to make it a destination, to remind people of what we have here. With this sculpture, with the other works that Timothy is going to have here, there is no doubt in my mind that we will quadruple the number of visitors we have in the first year, and beyond that, it's going to be magnificent.
Absolutely. We don't have many of these left, but for a $250 donation today, this is the last day, you can get a signature autographed copy of the miniature homeless Jesus with an engraving on one of the new grottos in the spring of 2016. So actually, let's think about this. Right now, the Knights of Columbus donated a $50,000 life-size homeless Jesus yesterday. Thank you to the Knights of Columbus. So we already have one of Tim's works here on the campus, and we're looking at a picture of Bishop Scharfenberger blessing the statue that's going to be here on the campus. In the spring, Timothy is going to install his idea of Our Lady of Martyrs grotto. In the spring, we'll have Our Lady or St. Kateri Tekakwitha grotto. And then in the ravine, the most holy place in the United States of America, where the bodies of these Jesuit martyrs are, we're going to have a beautiful statue of St. Isaac Jogues holding the body of St. Renee, telling the story how these 2 friends who were trying to spread the Christian faith here in the United States, this new world, how they were martyred and tortured and then ultimately died for our faith.
It's a wonderful thing we have here, and I, again, encourage you, nationalshrine.tv. You can get us on your phone, you can get us on computer, 853-4444, or toll-free, 844-264-1111. We're going to take a look at our phone operators. They are all busy. Phone calls are coming in. Everybody's been busy taking calls. It's a wonderful thing to see. And these homeless Jesus statues that are signed by the sculptor, Google him too while you're at it. Google Timothy Schmaltz and take a look at his works. Take a look and read about Timothy, see how important he is and what he will bring to our beautiful Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs here in Oresville, New York. You will not be disappointed when you read up on Timothy. I assure you, he's wonderful. He's wonderful. Nationalshrine.tv.
Now, if you can't get in, keep on trying to call that number, 853-4444. Write it down. Call your family and friends. We have a toll-free number, 844-264-1111. Write it down, because if you can't get into the phone operators right now, keep on trying. We have a limited edition of these autographed statues of the homeless Jesus. We do have some other ones here.
But they're not signed.
But they're not signed. So there's a limited amount of these homeless Jesus that were autographed by Tim himself.
The statue is at the Vatican in Rome. It's here at Auriesville. Blessed by the bishop here, blessed by the Pope there. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece.
You can see Tim's work all over the place.
It's magnificent.
One of the beautiful things, if you go up to the Divine Mercy Shrine in Massachusetts, a lot of his work is up there. There is a beautiful life-size replica of the Stations of the Cross. That before this gentleman had died, he donated the money to have this life-size replica at Stockbridge. And it's simply gorgeous. And this is the mastery of Tim. He's got his works all over the world. And how fortunate are we to have them right here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine.
Spectacular. His work is wonderful.
853-4444. We have two operators that do not have phones in their hands.
We want their phones ringing.
We need you to call.
There it goes.
One's ringing.
There it goes.
Somebody's going to pick that up right now. Tell them good morning. So 853-4444. Live at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. NationalShrine.tv. NationalShrine.tv. We're going to take a look at one of our vignettes. And right now, actually, yesterday, Lisa, we had a beautiful Thanksgiving Mass with Jake Finkboner, the boy who was healed through the intercession of St. Kateri Tekakwitha, the boy whose cause made her elevated to become a saint.
Isn't that wonderful?
Him and his family got to meet.
We're going to be interviewing him and his family later on. So if anybody here is a fan or an admirer of Blessed Kateri, please, St. Kateri, if she's your woman, if she's your girl, call your friends, get on nationalshrine.tv, and watch. And then I guarantee you will be calling us to make your pledge.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the Coliseum, which is one of the famous Coliseums here in North America. It's only here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine.
In our own backyard.
Hi, I'm Julie Bakke. In the next few minutes, we are going to discuss the sacred design of the Coliseum. Situated atop the grounds of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine, overlooking the Mohawk River, sits an architectural gem, the Coliseum. The church not only houses some of the shrine's most precious sacred art, but is truly a piece of art in its own right, designed to direct all of its beholders to God. The Coliseum at the shrine recalls the amphitheater at Rome, where so many martyrs died for the faith. Father Peter Cusick conceived the design for the Coliseum and the 4 altars while incensing the gifts one day at Mass. The spectacular circular church was built in 1930 and was designed for large pilgrimages, having a seating capacity of over 6,500 people. It has been called the Temple of the 72 Doors, each door recalling the 72 disciples sent forth by our Lord on their mission of preaching. Over the 8 double doors are sculptured marble images of the 8 North American martyrs. St. Isaac Jogues with his 2 companions at Auriesville, St. Rene Goupil and St. John Lalande, look toward the west and the south, the United States. St. John de Brebeuf and his 4 commissioners gaze to the north, Canada, the land sanctified by their blood. The Coliseum's interior is intentionally structured to lift its pilgrims' eyes, hearts, and minds to God. Lining the bottom of each pew is a circular design with the AMDG abbreviation sculpted into it. The origin of the phrase is attributed to the founder of the Jesuits, St. Ignatius of Loyola, who intended it to serve as a cornerstone sentiment of the society's religious philosophy. The phrase attributed to St. Ignatius is ad moriam Dei gloriam, for the greater glory of God. It is a summary of the idea that any work that is not evil, even one that would normally be considered inconsequential to the spiritual life, can be spiritually meritorious if it is performed in order to give glory to God. Each interior column, pointing straight up into heaven, contains a carved cross in the name of our Lord, the first martyr, Jesus. This was the practice of St. Isaac Jogues, who during his captivity would carve a cross with the name of our Lord into the trees as he prayed in this Mohawk village. Following the columns up, your eyes are met with one of the shrine's most precious pieces of sacred art. Thousands of pilgrims and visitors to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine have stood in breathless awe as they gazed at this heroic image of the crucified, high over the palisade of the Coliseum. The figure of Christ is a 9-foot-tall original wood carving, the first of the carvings of sculptor Finkboner for the shrine. The body is suspended on a hemlock cross hewn from a tree in the holy ravine on the property. Behind the base of this majestic cross of her Son is the shrine's special and original Pietà, which rests on the altar of Our Lady of Martyrs. This statue of Our Lady of Martyrs was designed to mark her out as Queen of the North American martyrs, 3 of whose images surround their queen. Our Lady is represented with arms outstretched, on which rests the winding sheet with which she will wrap the body of her divine Son before it is placed in the tomb. The sorrowful mother seems to whisper to the onlooker, "See, my child, what your sins have done to my son." Surrounding Our Lady and adorning the corners of the palisaded altar area are the additional sculptures commissioned by the shrine from Finkboner. St. René Goupil, Jesuit brother, clothed in the habit of a Jesuit brother, and martyred here in 1642. St. Isaac Jogues, Jesuit priest, dressed in his black robe, martyred here in 1646. And St. John Lalande, Dane and lay missionary, garbed in hunting gear, martyred here for our faith in 1646. Every inch, every detail of this magnificent building raises your thoughts, your mind, and your heart to God. The brilliance of the Coliseum is that not only does it house the shrine's sacred art, but it is to be considered a breathtaking piece of sacred art in its own right.
Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you. 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith. It's a place of renewal. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
We are back. Welcome. Before we start anything, call your friends. nationalshrine.tv. You can get it on your computer, you can get it on your phone, but get it. nationalshrine.tv. No matter where they are, they don't have to be here within our arm's reach or our voice reach. They can be anywhere in the United States, anywhere in the world, really. So nationalshrine.tv, log on to your computer and bring us up. Log on to your phone, get on your phone, and you'll find us there as well. I want to introduce Rose quickly. She's got some more people, wonderfully more people to thank for donations, and then we've got some important people to say hello to.
Thank you, Kelly. We have 2 exciting announcements. The first is a $500 donation from Genevieve and Bruce Wadsworth of Fultonville. Their granddaughter Shelby is the music director here at the Shrine, and it's also their 62-year anniversary. Isn't that fabulous? Yesterday, Francis told you about the Carmelite sisters being here, and they're wonderful because they take care of the very, very sick people, particularly the elderly. And I didn't have an opportunity to see Sister Mother Mark and Sister Patricia, who are friends of mine in Germantown, and so I'd like to say hello to them. Thank you, and thank you for the donations.
Yes, thank you very much, Rose. Yes, they gave us $5,000 yesterday. They were so moved by this beautiful homeless Jesus statue that they made a $5,000 donation. So we're very grateful to them. The homeless Jesus. Let's first introduce this young gentleman that's joined us here on the stage. Francis, would you like to do the honors? You can introduce him to me because I haven't met him yet. I've heard all about him. I saw him last night on nationalshrine.tv. I was watching on my phone, and now he's here in person.
This is what this weekend is all about. We are celebrating. This is Jake Finkboner. He is the one who had that flesh-eating disease at the age of 5, where the doctors pretty much pronounced him dead. The disease was eating away at his face. And then someone by the name of Sister Kateri came to visit him. He was in a coma. She put a relic of Blessed Kateri on his body. The next day the doctors came in. He was healed. Jacob, this is Linda.
Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Nice
Lisa.
Lisa,
That's
what
all
did I
right.
say, Linda? Oh,
It's a sign of age.
I'm sorry, she cooked me dinner last night. So.
Oh, Maybe there's something we need to know about that, Francis?
Lisa, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But let's look at, Jacob was here when this statue had arrived, coming in from Canada. Jake, you want to say a few things about this statue, what this means to you? Again, we only have a few of these left that were signed by Tim, and then we're going to tell you something special right after this.
Well, I think that the homeless Jesus is definitely a unique work of art. It has a brilliant way of demonstrating how he is humble, the way that he can go from such, I guess you could say, a high honor to even as low as a homeless person. And it shows how humble he is, and it is a brilliant piece of art. I think that I wish everybody could have one, and I think it is definitely something that we should look to as a piece of art, and definitely a beautiful one.
Thank you. We've been talking, and we only have a few of these autographed ones left, so if people would like one, 853-4444. And for the next four donations that come in, only 4, not 5, but for the next 4 donations, as we said, we've been celebrating 130 years here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine, and Jacob has been giving out medallions for the 130th year. You have one of those medallions with you, Jake?
I do, yes. Right here.
So one of these medallions for the next four phone calls that come in, not only will you get this for the $250 donation and your signature or your name on one of the grottos, but Jacob will also include one of these commemorative medallions.
Beautiful.
For that $250 donation.
The next 4. So the phone's going to start ringing. Now, we have this catalog, Timothy Schmaltz's work in this catalog. And what it says here, this sculpture has sparked discussion among Christians worldwide. Pope Francis blessed the original model in November of 2013, and since that time, there have been more than a dozen full-scale bronze casts made for cities that span 7 countries. We have one here that will be on the grounds of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, thanks to the Knights of Columbus. They've made a $50,000 donation. We have one of these. You can have a replica in your home for that $250 donation. And the next 4 people who call will also have that commemorative medallion. In addition, you will get a plaque on the grottos here, your choice of 2 grottos here on the grounds of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So it's beautiful, inspired by Matthew 25. It can be your inspiration in your home, something that you should live by, something that you would encourage others to live by, certainly a conversation piece to have in your home or in your office, a sign of your faith, and something that you can share with others. And that's really what our faith should be. Something that we live and something that we share. So nationalshrine.tv, I would encourage you to call somebody and have them log on and call us, 853-4444, or toll free, 844-264-1111. And I hear the phone ringing.
The phones are ringing. So there's 4 of them for $250 donation.
There might be 3 now because the phone is ringing. And Jacob, you've come all the way from Washington, and you were sick when you were 5. How old are you now?
I'm 15.
15, so 10 years ago. Uh-oh, phone's ringing again. We might be down to 2. So if you want the commemorative medallion along with the statue, you need to give us a call right now. It's a beautiful piece, this lovely commemorative medallion. And maybe the one that's been in Jacob's pocket. So to me...
These next 4 medallions are coming from Jacob himself.
So if I were you, I'd certainly want that to go to my pocket.
You know what? And actually, and Jacob's here all day. He's got a whole pocket full of these medallions. So the people that have been coming up here, the Carmelite nuns that donated $5,000 yesterday, he gave them all a medal to go home with.
Isn't that wonderful?
Tears in their eyes.
Yeah. Jacob, you're a very special person.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm honored to be in your presence, I have to tell you. I feel like I'm in the presence of a miracle myself right now. Thank you for coming here and being with us. And Francis, he's going to come back from the West Coast for what? You're telling me about another special occasion. Joey keeps calling you Father Francis. He's not Father nothing yet, Joey. He's going to be. He's going to be soon. Tell us what's coming down the pike.
Well, if God wills it, this is my 6th year, my final year of seminary at the Catholic University of America. And if God wills it, through the intercession of the hands of Bishop Scharfenberger, I'll have my ordination on June 18th. And in anticipation of that, my first Mass we're planning for June 19th, right here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. And a very generous donor had heard Jacob's story, thought it was so important, and is flying Jacob back here not only to attend my ordination, but to attend my first Mass.
Isn't that wonderful?
So, I mean, we look at the grace of God and how he blesses each and every one of us. So I'm looking forward to my ordination, if that's what God wills, but then to have Jacob here and his beautiful family for my first Mass, it's going to be unremarkable.
I have goosebumps just thinking about it. I really do. It's, and we've talked about our gem here in the Mohawk Valley, our shiny gem, and I think Jacob is the prongs.
Absolutely.
That are holding that gem up for all of us. We are so fortunate to have you and your family, Jacob. I can't even tell you.
And he spent a lot of time here on the grounds. Jake, you want to talk a little bit about that? Because we share our relationships and our experiences with God here on the grounds of Our Lady of Martyrs. The grounds where St. Kateri was born, where Isaac and Renee had walked, and we get to walk on these same grounds. And yesterday, Jacob had been walking around the campus. So here we have our own saint, our own miracle, right here in Oarsville. Tell us a little bit about your experience on the grounds here.
Well, back in 2012, I did come here earlier, and back then the grounds weren't they weren't near as beautiful as they were now. So it's excellent to see how they've been preserved and maintained for the past few years. And like you said, just that experience walking through where these holy people once walked, it's truly heartwarming to know that you're here. And I definitely hope that other people can experience the same feeling, just walking along as if you're walking with the saints as they had one day.
Jacob, you are one of a kind because you are the one that was healed through the intercession of Blessed Kateri, and you are the reason that she became a saint. How does that make you feel? I mean, if we step back for a moment, right here on this stage, here at this campus, we have the person who was healed by God, but through the intercession of Kateri. How does that make you feel knowing that you were chosen by God?
Well, it's an amazing feeling, and amazing doesn't even capture that, but it's a remarkable feeling that I'm going to carry with me the rest of my life, and I thank God for that.
And you've been doing a lot of evangelization over the last 10 years. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the people you have experienced and come into contact with?
Well, I've come into contact with some very interesting people, including Pope Benedict XVI, and meeting him again was absolutely fantastic and amazing, and I'd love to meet Pope Francis, but we'll see if God wills that to happen or not. And I've come across many other people who've had remarkable stories, some who are worse than mine or have been in tougher positions. And it's amazing to see what these people can go through. And it also it's like a little reminder that tells me that the power of prayer is amazing and these people can be healed. And with just a little bit of prayer, or however much, I guess, could do remarkable things.
Yesterday after Mass at the Coliseum with Bishop Scharfenberger, Jacob and I were standing outside, and this one elderly woman came up to him, and with tears in her eyes, she grabbed Jacob and she said, "Can you pray for my son?" Do you encounter things like that often?
Oh, not as often as they used to be, but I do still encounter them. And I'm sure that I pray for each and every one of you, and I ask that you are praying for me as well. And I will pray for as many people as possible as that I meet, or people that I don't meet, or anything like that.
We are here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine with Jake Finkboner, the boy who was, at the age of 5, cut his lip. Had a terrible disease that ate his flesh, and then through a lot of prayer, through the intercession of Kateri Tekakwitha, was miraculously healed the following day after a relic was placed on his bed. It's a remarkable story, and we've been crying all weekend hearing the heartbreak of his parents. But as Jacob had reminded me yesterday, there's much joy and hope for the years to come. And that's why we wanted Jacob here this weekend, because as we celebrate the 130 years of the shrine, as we look for the future, Jacob and the evangelization that he is bringing, the witness of his love and faith, that's what this shrine and what this telethon is all about.
That's why we need your donations for Jacob, for everybody like Jacob, for our youth, for the Catholic faith, for the Coliseum, for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, to preserve this gem, to preserve these grounds. As Jacob said, he's noticed the changes here already. I've noticed the changes just over the summer in the grounds. There's much more work to be done. Please encourage your friends to log on to nationalshrine.tv. We need people from all over, not just the people within the reach of our radio stations that they can call with the phone number that's on the screen, but nationalshrine.tv. Call them, tell them to log on. The homeless Jesus statues that are signed, we only have a few of them. A couple more medallions of Jacob's that are still available to go with those beautiful signed statues are available too. We're going to go to another vignette, our beautifully done vignettes that are so educational. Please stay with us, and don't forget, call your friends and log on.
Hi, I'm Julie Bakke. I'm so excited to share with you some of the exciting things that are going to be happening at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Fundraising money has been coming in from all over the country and the world. The Jesuits and the fundraising board have been very careful with the donations coming in, using it on things that will last a lifetime at the shrine. Our Lady of Martyrs grotto has been commissioned by Timothy Schmaltz, the world-renowned Catholic sculptor and artist. Tim Schmaltz is one of the most famous artists in today's time. The works that he has done, that he has been commissioned to do, you have probably seen. You might not know that it's Tim Schmaltz that's done it because he is such a humble man. All of his work is intended to direct you straight to our Lord and Our Lady. He remains truly faceless. The pieces that you would probably know him best for are entitled The Quiet Moment, where Mary and her loving husband Joseph are cradling the infant Jesus in their arms. Right now, Timothy Schmaltz has been all over the news with the piece that he has created called The Homeless Jesus. Pope Francis has this homeless Jesus over in the Vatican that he has blessed with Timothy Schmaltz by his side. His business manager, Tony, came to the property a few weeks ago with his beautiful wife and children. He explored the grounds. He was so impressed with the Our Lady of Martyrs shrine that him and his partner, Timothy Schmaltz, were thrilled to be asked to come on board. Walking down into the ravine, Tony declared, "This is the holiest ground, probably in the whole country." Timothy Schmaltz has been commissioned to replace the crucifix at the bottom of the ravine. When you're walking down into this natural reliquary, you will come across a 20-foot corpus created and designed by Timothy Schmaltz. They also have a vision to incorporate a sculpture at the bottom of the crucifix that will be Saint Rene Goupil lying in the arms of Saint Isaac Jogues as he's about to bury his friend and martyr. Another project that Timothy Schmaltz has been commissioned for on the property is a Saint Kateri grotto. He has a vision for this grotto to show Saint Kateri as an infant, as the Our Lady of Martyrs shrine is the actual place of the saint's birth. He will be incorporating the clan symbol of the turtle and St. Kateri will more than likely be represented in the arms of her loving mother, who raised her in the Catholic faith. The pinnacle sculpture that Timothy Schmaltz will be commissioned to do at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is so exciting to me. He came to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs to present the model that he has sculpted. To say that this is amazing is not doing it justice. He has come up with a design for the Our Lady of Martyrs grotto. You will see at the bottom of the grotto sculpture, Our Lady of Martyrs. She is standing on North America. There will be 3 symbols representing the martyrs themselves right at the location of Auriesville on the map of the globe. The Our Lady of Martyrs arms are outstretched. In each hand, she is holding a palm, which is the representation of martyrdom. Angels are to the left and the right of her, taking the palms out of her hands and extending them upwards. The angels' wings, stretching up into the sky, form an alcove. Inside the alcove are the 3 martyred North American saints, St. Isaac Jogues, St. John Lalande, and St. Rene Goupil. The position that Tim has them in imitates the crucifixion of our Lord. Their arms are outstretched. However, when you see the commissioned piece that he's working on, the outstretched arms also symbolize their triumph. They are ascending into heaven. They are ascending towards the crucifix at the top of this pinnacle piece at the shrine. And the crucifix will also be the same crucifix that Tim is installing at the bottom of the ravine. This is just the most majestic piece I have ever seen. When visitors come to the shrine, their hearts, their minds, and their eyes will be directed straight toward God. There is no doubt about it. The shrine at Our Lady of Martyrs is filled with beautiful sacred art. Timothy Schmaltz's commissioned pieces will fit in so beautifully. The symbolism that is used in his artwork ties in so nicely with the other art on the property of the shrine. It is our hope at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs that all of those who have sent in donations for these grottos will show up. They will see these works that have been commissioned by Timothy Schmaltz. They will be proud of what the shrine has done with their donations. They will see the love that has been put into, the thought that has gone into, and the work behind the scenes, and making sure that their donations are used properly for the good of the shrine, for all praise and glory to God.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Julie. And talking about Julie, her mom just called and took a $250 homeless Jesus, and it's in memory of Dominic and Irene Mancini from Sydney, New York, from Dan and John Mancini, $250. You can make those donations, like Lisa said, in memory of, like Julie, mom just did. And she was crying on the phone. And Julie started crying when she handed it to me. But what a beautiful way to remember someone in memory of with this donation of buying a homeless Jesus. And that's right here. And you can come and see inside our visitor center the big one, the $50,000 one that the Knights of Columbus has purchased for the shrine.
Come and visit us. We're here. We're at the visitor center at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, as Joey mentioned, in Auriesville. We are happy to have you come visit us. You can see this statue. You can pick up a catalog and look at the other works of Timothy Schmaltz. Julie beautifully described all of the works that he's going to have here on our grounds in the spring. I can hardly wait. This is going to be a destination for people. You can be a part of it. There's a lot to learn about our shrine. There's a lot more that's going to be going on, and we need your help so we can educate people, so we can share what we have here. nationalshrine.tv is all that you have to do. Get your friends to log on, call somebody, encourage them to watch us, encourage them to call us. You know what I'd like to say is, we've got a lot of crap in our houses, don't we? We have a lot of garbage, we got a lot of tchotchkes and stuff hanging around, collecting dust. You need to have things, we need to clean out the clutter and keep things with meaning in our home, things that mean something. The homeless Jesus is one of those things. This signed version is something that will have meaning and value in your home for years and years to come, and something that you'll be able to pass down to your children. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is a conversation piece. It's something that we can share with our children and our grandchildren, and people that come into your home, you can talk about what it means and why it's important to you. And for your $250 donation, and they're running out, the signed versions are running out. We only have a few of them left. How many?
Right, 10.
10 of them left. You get not only the statue, but you get your brick, your plate in the grottos that are going to be constructed here on the grounds at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
Right, Tim signed about 50 of the homeless Jesus, and there are only about 10 left. So
Isn't that wonderful?
That they will.
But they're going fast. The phones have been ringing. They are going fast. So please call us now. Log on to nationalshrine.tv to view the telethon. Give us a call at 853-4444 or 844-264-1111. We have some visitors coming in. There's Mass here this morning. Join us as we celebrate our 130th anniversary. I've got Joe and Kelly standing by to talk about some pledges that we have.
Thank you.
Yes, we would like to thank everyone who has called, and remember, it's still not too late to call 853-4444. We would like to thank Carmela Brooks of Schenectady for her $50 donation. The Spagnolas of Amsterdam, Lawrence and Carol, $50. Diane Stabber of Amsterdam, another $50. Shirley and Cindy LaSalle of Gloversville, New York, $50. Mark Clement of Gloversville, $50. The Lebanon Valley Knights of Columbus, Council number 9639, $50. Dominic Rocco of Palatine Bridge, $50. And Shirley and Alfred Sangs of Gloversville, another $50. Thank you so much.
That's great, Kelly. We also have Stephen and Patricia Halata, good friends. Thank you so much, $25. Ronald and Deborah Limoncelli, thank you so much for your $100 pledge. National Bank of Coxsackie, $50. Rose and John Celebrate, live right around the corner from me, $50. Thank you so much. Helene Smith, $60 from Schenectady. Joseph Smolka from Niskayuna, New York, $10. Dorothy and Richard Echo from Canajoharie, $20. John Wood from Sharon Springs, $1,100. Thank you, John. Elizabeth and Patricia DeSimone, $1,000 from Scotia, New York. And Patricia Snyder, $1,000 from Fultonville. Father Kenneth Parker's Assembly 1820, New Bern, North Carolina, $1,000. And Edward Toslin, who has given many different occasions during the last 2 years, has given another $11,000. Thank you so much, Edward. And he is from Brooklyn, New York. Thank you. And keep the pledges coming in. And like Lisa said, not many of the homeless Jesus signed by Tim Schmaltz, not many left. We had about 20 this morning, and now we have about 10 left. So call in.
Joey says we sold a couple more.
We did call in and
so move fast.
Reserve your homeless Jesus signed copy of Tim soon, please. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to remind you again that the New York State Council Knights of Columbus has a fundraiser. They're going to Radio City Music Hall, the Christmas Spectacular with the Rockettes. If you've not gone, this is a great opportunity because not only can you see the show at a discount of $95, which is a great price. If you've ever looked at prices for this show, it's pretty pricey. It's expensive. So for $95, you can go, and with the purchase of each ticket, $11 will come back to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs here in Auriesville. So you can go to the show and make a donation at the same time. So
And
it's
we
a
got-
it's a
and-
win-win.
Yeah, and Lisa, we got a citation that was given
We
to us
do.
yesterday.
Are we in trouble?
Yeah, go ahead.
If
Well,
we
different
fi-
type of citation.
Oh,
Yeah, go
different
ahead,
type
go
of
ahead.
citation. Okay. This is a whereas citation.
Right.
A whereas citation from the New York State Assembly from Angelo Santa Barbara, the 111th district, sort of like our phone number, 1111.
Right.
111. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is celebrating its 130th anniversary in September of 2015. And whereas the site was the 17th century home of the Mohawk village of Ossernanon, which was the birthplace of St. Kateri Tekakwitha, who was canonized in 2012. And whereas the shrine has the rare distinction in the Western Hemisphere, think about that, the Western Hemisphere, of being the eternal resting place for 4 saints, including 3 martyred Jesuit saints. And whereas countless devoted followers began making pilgrimages to the shrine in the late 1800s, and to this day it remains an important holy site that attracts visitors from all over the world. And whereas the shrine has a bright future in our community and will continue to stand out as one of the most important holy sites in the Western Hemisphere because of the commitment and devotion of local residents and community organizations. And whereas the entire 111th Assembly District is proud to be home to a shrine that keeps our history alive and provides thousands of people with spiritual meaning when they visit, now therefore, be it resolved and proclaimed that, as a duly elected member of the New York State Assembly, I am proud to recognize the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs upon its 100th anniversary, dated September 18th, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and signature. Angelo, Santa Barbara.
You know, Lisa, you mentioned this before because you were part of economic development of Fulton County. Look at that ripple-down effect that
Absolutely.
this shrine has on the Mohawk Valley.
Absolutely.
Hotels,
People come into
food.
the community, they stay at hotels, they buy food, they buy gas, and that ripple-down effect is very important for us in this community, for all of these people who come in. And then they tell people, they might come in for an educational
Right.
purpose. They might come in with a group of scouts, and the scouts might go back and tell their parents. They might come back as a family. There are 1,001 reasons why people might come into this community and spend money, why it puts us on the map. And they come here, and they might see something else while they're here and come back again. And that's what it's all about.
And that's why it's so important, as Lisa shared and we talked about yesterday, what you see today as a shrine here at Our Lady of Martyrs will change a little bit next year. We'll talk about it the earlier part of this afternoon. But this is the new beginning, starting in 2016, for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. A lot of lay people will be involved. A lot of lay people will be in the leadership role here at the shrine. As the Jesuits leave to go on to bigger, better things, you know, there used to be 70,000 Jesuits. They're down to 15,000 Jesuits. We have 30 of them, average age 86 years of age. Apostolically, we can't ask them to do any more. And they're not in marketing. They're not in administration. So, you know, that's outside of their educational process. So what's about to happen in the future with the laity is to bring the shrine to the next level of play as we start the 130th anniversary. But we'll talk about that after. But right now, we're going to talk about the sacred arts that we have here at the shrine. And if you could put a price tag onto it, it would total in the millions of the sacred arts that we have here at the shrine. Randall?
Hi, I'm Julie Bakke. Please join me as we tour the grounds of the shrine and discover the beautiful sacred art that it has to offer. The beautiful Coliseum, the shrine's architectural gem, the place where the hearts, minds, and eyes of the pilgrim are all raised toward God, is not only the sanctuary where Mass is celebrated, but its walls also act as a museum in itself. Since 1975, the Shrine Coliseum has become the home of this oaken figure of the Immaculate Conception, carved over 350 years ago. It was once a wayside shrine in the northern French city of Rouen, where 3 of the sainted martyrs, St. Isaac Jogues, St. John de Brebeuf, and St. Anthony Daniel, made their Jesuit novitiate. The statue was covered with a thin plaster known as a vessel, and then the Virgin's gown was entirely gilded. It was a gift to the shrine from the Peterson family of New York City. A rustic frame, in keeping with the motif of the palisaded altar area, now serves as a setting for this ancient statue of Mary. The grounds surrounding the Coliseum are also rich in sacred art. A statue of the Sacred Heart of Jesus stands on the brow of the hill near the Coliseum, overlooking the throughway as a sign of Christ's watchful care for the travelers below. This Christ of the Mohawk extends open hands in a spirit of invitation, welcoming all passers-by to pause from their travels and visit the shrine. Across the hill from the Sacred Heart of Jesus is a magnificent Our Lady of Fatima statue, cast from the same mold as the original, which was blessed in the Vatican Gardens by St. Pope John Paul II on May 13, 1983, exactly 2 years to the date of the anniversary of the assassination attempt on his life, the Feast of Our Lady of Fatima. The sculptor of this beautiful piece was Frederick Schrady. Outside the main entrance to the Coliseum stands the statue of Madonna Santissima della Libera. The society which made this donation commemorates the miraculous deliverance of the original statue in Italy from the hands of its invaders. Along the path surrounding Assernanan, the village of the Iroquois Mohawks, are 7 Celtic crosses bearing rich circular mosaics. A product of the mosaic works of Vatican City, they depict Jansen's 7 Sorrows of Our Lady, called the Via Matrice, or the 7 Dolors. The splendid Calvary at the top of the Hill of Prayer marks the spot where Jogues and Goupil talked of God and said their rosaries. This was during the brief period when their captors allowed them a measure of freedom. The thrust of the great cross against the sky offers a contrast to the half-kneeling figure of St. Mary Magdalene, with the Blessed Mother crushed with sorrow, and St. John raising his head in reverence. Within the walls of the St. Kateri Chapel is Our Lady of Foix. This statue of Our Lady of Foix is a replica of the one brought to the successor village of Assernanan in 1675. This image is believed to be the first statue of the Blessed Virgin to have been brought to the state of New York. The original Notre Dame de Foix was found encased in a tree in Belgium by woodcutters in the 17th century. Copies of this statue of Our Lady of Faith were used by early Jesuit missionaries to spread devotion to the Blessed Mother among the Hurons and Mohawks. Many Indian conversions were attributed to Our Lady's intercession. Our Lady of the Wayside Shrine stands in welcome near the entrance of the ravine, where the body of Saint René Goupil was buried in 1642. Devotion to Our Lady of the Way was dear to the heart of Saint Ignatius, founder of the Jesuits, and to his spiritual sons as well. Pilgrims invoke Maria della Strada not only for a safe journey along our highways, but particularly for a safe conduct along the ways of life. This ancient, beautiful mosaic is an artistic splendor, serving as a place of prayer before descending into the holy ravine. We have touched on only a very few of the shrine's treasures. Pilgrims that are afforded the opportunity to visit the grounds are sure to be amazed at all of the magnificent sacred art that Our Lady Martyrs Shrine has to offer.
Speaking of sacred artwork, here we are at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. And we've been speaking with Jacob, and I'd like to introduce his mother, Elsa. And it's so wonderful to have your entire family here this weekend and spending time and getting to know you and hearing your story.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here. It's a privilege to me and all of our family to be able to see the beautiful work that everybody's doing on the grounds and the money that's being donated in order to maintain it. It's an honor for us to be here.
And Elsa, we were talking, and you brought something along with you.
I did. So I'm not like Timothy Schmaltz. I wish I was that blessed and gifted, but I take whatever I can and just go with it. So I do art myself, and probably, let me see, it was 2012 when I did an art piece, and it's supposed to look like more of a mosaic, but instead of using tile pieces, you use shreds of pieces of paper, and so I painted all of the colors of the portrait, and then I shredded them up into thousands of little pieces of paper, and I pieced it all together to look like a mosaic. Jake? And if you can see on the portrait here, I personalized the portrait myself by incorporating Jake, because Jake is the third miracle in the making for Saint Kateri, or Kateri. And so the way that I kind of made this more personalized was on the crucifix that Saint Kateri is holding, that right across there, I had Jacob sign his signature on it. And then on this side of the trees here, I took Jake's fifth grade, or his kindergarten picture when he was 5 years old, before the time of his accident. And in the picture here, you can make out Jake's picture before his accident. And then the opposite side, I took Jake's, when he was 12 years old, his picture on this side, and it's in black and white, and it's incorporated into the trees, and it's the time before his accident and the year of the canonization of Saint Kateri that, to me, that was something that was more personal. And so this is something that we wanted as a family to donate to the shrine, that they could have and to keep always, and that they will have him as a reference incorporated into this photograph or this painting that I did.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, thank you on behalf of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. This is such a beautiful and precious artwork that just shows the blessings of everything that you and your family and Jacob have been through.
Yeah.
You know, through the intercession of Kateri, with Jacob's name on the cross of Jesus.
Yes.
Which resembles so much here at the shrine, because the Jesuits were marking crosses on kids' foreheads.
That's right.
And that's one of the reasons why they got killed.
Yeah, and I've tried to replicate it to make a whole other one for myself, but at the time that I made it, it was the year of the canonization, and I was totally led by the Holy Spirit that I can't replicate it again. So this is not the original. This is a copy of my original work, but I'm honored if they would place it in the shrine.
And how fortunate are we here at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine to have this one-of-a-kind artwork from the mother of Jacob. You could tell the heart and the love that she put into this piece of artwork. And so this is just going to be included with some of the other artwork that we have here at the shrine that you just noticed. And this is probably going to be one of our more special pieces here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just a reminder that we still have a few of these Tim Schmaltz Homeless Jesus autographed miniature sculptures here for a $250 donation. You'll get the autographed sculpture from Timothy Schmaltz. We have 2 medallions left that Jacob has been holding on to this weekend. So not only will you get, for the next 2 callers, not only will you get the sculpture, but you'll also get from Jacob one of the medallions that marks the 130th anniversary of the shrine. So for for those of you who are out there who are listening, 853-4444, nationalshrine.tv. We are here celebrating not only the miracle of the healing of Jacob, but the cause of St. Kateri Tekakwitha and the 130th anniversary of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. Next, we are going to go to the vignette. One of our many vignettes.
With open doors and open hearts, we are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Our entire 400-acre shrine campus is one of the most holy sites in the world. In the silence of the day and night, you can almost hear the sounds of saintly prayers and worship from the millions of people who have visited the shrine over the years. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs Coliseum campus has been the inspiration for generations, connecting natural, spiritual, historic, and artistic interest. On our beautiful grounds, follow the history of St. Kateri's birthplace and the Shrine of the North American Martyrs, containing a world-class collection of artifacts and relics. Can you imagine walking on the same holy grounds that our Jesuit saints and St. Kateri walked? Spiritual seekers from around the world make the pilgrimage to the shrine every year. A short walk from the visitor center takes you to the Seven Sorrows, circumnavigating the original Ossernon village. Then to the 1885 chapel, and on to the Stations of the Cross. Visit the ravine and walk the path of the saints at the original site of their martyrdom. Enjoy the grottos and nature trails overlooking the Mohawk River. Come in our open doors and share our open hearts. We are your Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. See the amazing collection of sacred art along the pathways, chapels, and in the Coliseum. Several are from Europe and the Vatican. The shrine is home to an impressive collection of statuary, paintings, sculptures, and murals. Don't miss the landscape gardens, vista views, and the beauty of the Mohawk Valley. Take a stroll beyond the pathways to the Kateri Chapel and see the surrounding visual and spiritual artistry. The pathway to sainthood for three of our Jesuit saints started here. Saint René Goupil was martyred in 1642, and both Saint Isaac Jogues and Saint John Lalande were martyred in 1646. They were Jesuits who died as martyrs for Jesus and the Catholic faith. All were associated with the holy grounds at the shrine. Most recently, the pathway to sainthood was for St. Kateri Tekakwitha, who was recognized as a saint in October of 2012. It was here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs that St. Kateri Tekakwitha was introduced to Jesus. Kateri, the lily of the Mohawks, Saint Kateri, was born here in 1656 to a Mohawk chief and a Catholic Algonquin captive. These very holy grounds were the grounds upon which St. Kateri walked and prayed. The foundation of her faith base was started here at the shrine. It is here that you will find a spectacular and heroic monument to her importance, and you will find endless private miracles and supernatural events that are attributed to her intercession and the steps and pathways to her sainthood. It is here in Orisville, New York, on these holy grounds, that the first rosary was said in New York State. Water in the St. Kateri Grotto and Lily Pond is the same water that baptized St. Kateri. Many private miracles are associated with her holy water to this day. Our memories are endless regarding the shrine. We can all relate to a family visit or a family trip to the shrine. We can recall seeing thousands and thousands of people attending Mass, along with busloads of visitors from all parts of the United States. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, abounding in history and miracles, and right here on our doorstep. Open doors open hearts. We are the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. The Coliseum itself is a wonder of architecture, a circular building with triple-tiered roof that welcomes 10,000 parishioners. This is filled with history, statuary, and sacred art inside and out. Participate by attending one of our daily masses. For unsurpassed history, spiritual art, and nature, bring the family and spend a day or two in the most historic district in New York State. Just some of the reasons to visit and support the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Orisville, in the heart of the Mohawk Valley, breadbasket of the American Revolution, builders of the Erie Canal, gateway to the West, and birthplace of industry and invention. At the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we have something for everyone. Open doors and open hearts. We are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
We are back and encouraging you to log on to National Shrine TV. If you're listening on the radio, call your friends, 853-4444 to call in a pledge. We have some phone lines that are open. We don't want them to be open. We want them to be ringing. Call toll-free, 844-264-1111. We have a pledge to read. I have lovely Rose standing by next to me to read this pledge, and then we have some entertainment.
We have a pledge from Ralph DiGiorgio in Schenectady, New York for $100. And Ralph, I know you're out there on your computer, so you call your friends and tell them to call 853-4444 and drum up some business for them. We're here waiting for you.
All right, Ralph.
Thank you.
Get all your friends on their computers, Ralph. They can even get us on their phones if they're not near a computer. So if they're mobile, get on the phone, give us a call. So that's the challenge. We have 2 medallions left from Jacob Finkboner. Jacob is the boy who was healed through the intercession of St. Kateri. That goes with the donation. If you give us a $250 donation, you receive the signed sculpture of the homeless Jesus. You also get the plaque in the grottos, either of the 2 new grottos that are going to be constructed here on the grounds of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. And so you get these bonus medallions that Jacob has given us. 2 left. There are only 2 left. So if you call us right now, and if Ralph gets his friends to log on and make a phone call and make a pledge of $250, you get the signed sculpture, you get Jacob's medallion, and you get your name on a plaque in one or the other of the 2 new grottos that are going to be constructed here on the grounds at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, celebrating 130 years. So we're polishing up this beautiful gem that we have here. So while you're thinking about that, while you're getting your friends to log on, we have not Frank Sinatra, but we have Joe Sinatra here to give us some entertainment. And it explains the question I had in my mind: why did the cameraman have a suit on? And here he is, Joe Sinatra, to give us some entertainment.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just want to say it's an honor to be here today, Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. Fantastic place here. I was talking to Father George the other day. I told him I'm a Christian, and I believe that Christian and faith is everything. I do a lot of fundraisers for young kids. I met young Jacob today. What an inspiration. Everybody that knows me or has watched any of this, please call in, because this is to help keep this place alive up here. It's the first time I've ever been at Orisville Shrine, and I should have came up before. I'm going to make a plan of it every year to get up here. Again, my stage name is Sinatra. The reason I do Sinatra, Sinatra when he was younger, he was a little crazy. After his mother was killed in a plane crash, he actually went to the Pope, did a sabbatical, and turned his life around to the Lord. And he did more in the 20th century for charity than any other performer that ever lived. Maybe the 21st, too. And this was worldwide. The song I'm going to do, I call this Sinatra Retune of Faith. You're going to recognize the tune. It's a very catchy tune. I know our good friend here, Joey Caruso. He's doing a great job. Let's hear it for Joey. What a job he's doing here today. Man, the way he's been talking, I'm thinking of buying one of those homeless Jesus. I'm telling you the truth. It's beautiful. It's unbelievable. But anyway, the song I'm going to do, you're going to recognize the tune. If you remember one lyric, then this was worth writing. It's called That's Life. I call it That's Faith. Original Count Basie band right here. That's faith. That's what the people say. You're riding behind a good book. The devil's in dismay. And if I didn't sing one single praise, I'd sit right down. Man, I'd pray. Again, that's faith. It's what makes this world go round. If you're not gonna live it, it'll put you in the ground. And if you don't show it in your heart, man, you better sit right down and do your part. I've been a sinner, a beggar, a thief, a drunk. Man, I've been a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, but I do God's thing. Each time I find myself falling flat on my face, I pull myself up and get high on His grace. That's faith, yeah. Man, that's what the good book says. You're not gonna follow it, it'll end your happy days. And if you don't believe it in your heart, man, you better sit right down and do your part. You've been praising the Lord, then turn around and see the friend. You've been humble and sweet, then turn your head and sin again. Every time I find myself in that devil's den, I pick myself up and renounce that it's sin. That's faith, yeah. And I can't deny it. Then that devil's trying hard, but with the Lord I can fight him. And if I didn't think I would survive, I'd just roll myself up in the wings of the Lord, and man, I'd fly, yeah. That's faith. Thank you.
My. And Francis is running and jumping. Wow, don't hurt yourself.
Lisa, we have been selling out on these, and I hate to use the word selling, but they were donated to us, and for a donation...
Hawking, how about that?
Hawking, yeah. For a donation of $250, this world-famous sculpture of the homeless Jesus would truly amplifies the message that Pope Francis has been sharing throughout his papacy. And we have a couple of medallions that Jacob, who is with us, is giving to the next two callers who would like to purchase one of these replicas.
I want to remind people, Pope Francis blessed the original model in November of 2013, and since that time there have been more than a dozen full-scale bronze casts made for cities that span 7 countries, not counties, countries. So we have this beautiful replica of this homeless Jesus. We have the version that is in the Vatican that's going to be here on the grounds of the shrine because of a donation from the Knights of Columbus. You can have this small model. As you can see, it's signed by the artist himself, Timothy Schmaltz. You can have this for a $250 donation. In addition, a medallion from Jacob, and you will get a plaque in one of the 2 grottos that's going to be here at the grounds of the shrine. So it's a wonderful way to make a donation and to have a keepsake of your own that can be in your home. This photo you're seeing here now is Bishop Scharfenberger blessing the model that we'll have here on the grounds. Francis is his assistant in the process of the blessing, and so we're very fortunate. And then, of course, the medallion from Jacob that you can see here in this picture. It's an absolutely beautiful piece, and you'd be fortunate to have one in your home. The signed versions are limited, so if you want one, you need to call us at 853-4444 or the toll-free number next to it, 844-264-1111. And again, we're running out, so please call us and make that donation. We did get a donation from Betty and Gary Vincent of Gloversville in memory of Beverly Sanges, who was a secretary at Mount Carmel in Gloversville and moved to St. John the Baptist in Schenectady. She passed away from cancer, so we thank Betty and Gary Vincent of Gloversville for making that $250 donation in Beverly Sanges' memory. And you can do that too. So give us a call. The signed ones are running out. They got the signed copy, and they also got the medallion from Jacob. Now we have some special guests that we'd like to bring up here today. We're very fortunate. Good morning.
Good morning, sister.
And they have a story to tell us.
Yes, we're from Richmond, New Hampshire, and we've been on a pilgrimage for the last 3 days. Our companions, there are 4 more of us, have been walking for, about 60 miles? So they'll be meeting up with us in a couple of hours here at the shrine, and we'll be having a public mass, and it will be the Tridentine Mass, the Latin Mass, with singing. And so they, with their blistered feet and all of their sufferings, are coming to offer Mass at the Shrine of the Martyrs, which now has been renovated, I understand, fixed up, which is wonderful. When the martyrs died, they died for the conversion of our country. They died for love of God, for love of souls. So blisters on the feet are not quite as much as all the things the martyrs suffered, but it reminds you of the martyrs, and you can join with the martyrs. So, sorry, I'm nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're happy to have you here, and we appreciate your pilgrimage because there are so few people left that show their faith and share their faith. And we're happy that you not only are doing that, but that you are here with us today to be a living, breathing example of God's love and sharing that with all of us.
Well, thank you for letting us come, and we'll be praying for all of you. All those who are on the pilgrimage are praying for those of us who are here on our own pilgrimage. So, thank you.
And what a remarkable story, because this is how it all began, with St. Isaac Jogues coming down to this area to preach the word of God, to spread the joy of the gospel. And that's what Pope Francis has been talking about, spreading the joy of the gospel. So here we are 370 years later, and you're doing the same thing that these martyrs had done back then.
Thank you, Father. Yes, it's the one true faith. It's for everyone. It is the message of hope. There's so little hope and joy in our world, but in the church, where Jesus is in the Blessed Sacrament, this is where we have our hope. We should be full of courage to tell people about it, even if it means our lives.
And wouldn't it be sad if this shrine, this 130-year-old shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, was falling down and wasn't here anymore for these pilgrimages and with all the history that it represents? Wouldn't that be sad?
Yes, the shrine, it stands for the faith of the martyrs.
So we're happy to be able to continue to raise money, to be able to preserve. So much has been done already. So much will continue to be done. World-renowned sculptor is going to be doing his work here, and we will be able to continue to welcome people on pilgrimages, to share Mass, and to continue God's work here.
Thank you so much. God
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
We hope the blisters heal soon.
Thank you.
And Lisa, this is one of the beautiful things about this weekend, because our objective this weekend was just to bring awareness to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. And throughout the last 3 days, we've had these surprises, our own miracles that we've experienced here at the shrine. We didn't know these nuns were taking a walk down from Lake George.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me that there are. And I was a reporter, so the reporter in me wants to do a story and put it in the paper that there are people doing these things. Who walks down from Lake George on a pilgrimage, sharing their faith, and they don't want people to know. Really, it's not designed for that.
Exactly.
It's not designed to be newsworthy, but yet it is. And I think sometimes if more people knew what was happening and what was going on, and we shared that, more people might join in the faith and might join in sharing their faith in what they do, and be less shy about that. I think people sometimes are self-conscious about it, and they shouldn't be.
Absolutely, and this walk, this pilgrimage that these devout nuns are experiencing is what Pope Francis has been talking about, the evangelization of the joy of the gospel.
Share it, show it, live it. And this sculpture is a visual reminder of what that's all about. Living it, sharing it, showing it, and this beautiful sculpture for a $250 donation can be in your home as a reminder. And again, somebody comes in and they look at it and they say, what is that? It's your opportunity to explain Matthew 25 and say, this is what we should all be doing, regardless of your faith.
Actually, why don't we actually right now take a little break and listen to a beautiful music melody.
That would be lovely. Okay, Rachel, we are happy to have you here. I have to say, I heard you yesterday. You have a spectacular voice. It's a beautiful talent, and we're so happy that you're here with us today to share it.
Thank you so much.
Rachel Roche, ladies and gentlemen.
Soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains Thank you.
That was very touching.
Terrific.
I'm homeschooled.
Rachel is homeschooled. And how old is she?
16 years old.
16? How about that,
That's
huh?
beautiful. What a career she has.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
You know,
Go
we're
ahead.
trying to give something back to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine, and we invited Jake's family to be with us this weekend. And even though we're trying to recognize them, they're doing their part to help recognize the shrine. That's where this love relationship comes in.
It's a beautiful thing. We thank you so much. Really, your artwork donation and it's just amazing. Really is amazing.
And so they would like to make 2 presentations to Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine.
Who's going first? Malia?
So from our parish and also the school that I attend, from Assumption Catholic Church and school, $500.
Wow.
Check for $500.
Thank you
That's
very
so wonderful.
much. Make sure you thank them all when you go back, okay?
And how fortunate they are to, all 3 of these kids have gone to a Catholic school. Unfortunately, Jake doesn't go to a Catholic high school because they don't have one in the area.
It's a dying
But
breed.
absolutely, but it just shows the love and support that the family has for them to send them to the Catholic school.
Terrific. Nice job.
And then we have another one from the Knights of Columbus from Ferndale, Washington, which is the order where my husband is also a member of, and this one is in the amount of $200. It's from Ferndale, Washington.
Wow, thanks.
Awesome.
Once again, the Knights of Columbus, but not just from this area,
But from
from around
Ferndale.
Ferndale, Washington. Thank you so much.
Very supportive.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you both very much. We appreciate you being here. The homeless Jesus. We've
we have to
almost
talk
run
about
out of
this.
the signed versions. So if you want them, we're here till 3 o'clock. The signed version may not be.
No, that won't be here till 3 o'clock.
So for $250 donation, you get the signed homeless Jesus representing Matthew 25. That was the inspiration for this piece. The original is at the Vatican in Rome, and we have a life-size version here at the shrine. It's in the visitor center, and we would encourage you, if you're within the sound of our voice, come on down and see it. You can see it, and then if you want to make a donation and take this signed version home with you, you can certainly do that as well. In addition, you get your name on the tile, on the plaques that are going to be at the grottos, the 2 new grottos that are going to be constructed here on the grounds of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So it's a wonderful way to make a donation. You get to leave something behind on the grounds and take something with you. And I think it's a terrific honor, and it's a great way to make a donation.
And once again, it was such a surprise to us that the Knights of Columbus were so generous to donate this $50,000 life-size statue
It's beautiful.
to the shrine.
Blessed by the bishop yesterday.
Impromptu.
Yep.
The bishop was here.
Terrific.
He blessed it for everyone to come in our diocese, for people to come here, visit our diocese, and to see this homeless Jesus.
Rose, do you have donations for us?
I do.
We're keeping Rose busy today.
Yes, I have 2 donations. The first donation is from Michael Keene, who's over there. He donated a book, and Randall Hogue, who's running the production we have here today. Randall is from Canada, and he bought the book for $10, which we thank him for.
All right.
The next donation is from Maureen Corrigan of Gloversville, New York, for $10, and we thank Maureen for that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maureen. And again, nationalshrine.tv. Anyone, anywhere can log on to their computer and view us and see what's going on, learn a little bit about the shrine through our vignettes. You can get on a telephone if somebody's traveling or doesn't have access to their home computer. They can certainly do that. This is the homeless Jesus, the beautiful statue, the signed version that you can have. There are only a handful left. It's a $250 donation, and you will have the plaque So it's, again, something you'll be leaving behind. You can put the name of your family on there. It'll be at the grottos here at the Auriesville Shrine, the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. And you can also view the life-size version if you want to stop by and see us. But again, nationalshrine.tv.
And then as a special effort, we have these medallions celebrating the 130th anniversary of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. And they have St. Isaac, St. Renee, St. John on them, and St. Kateri Tekakwitha. And Jacob has been holding these medallions in his pocket. And so not only for the donation will they get the sculpture, but they'll also get a medallion from Jake himself.
An added bonus.
Absolutely.
Added bonus. Do we have more donations to read? Yes, I see Joe and Kelly standing by.
The Knights of Columbus from Lake George, Council 11428, $500. Knights of Columbus, number 0725, out of Endicott, New York, $100. The O'Grady's, Martin and Jacqueline of East Atlantic Beach, New York, $100. Lucille Myers, a big thank you for your $100 donation. Frank Mugrass of Schenectady, $100. An anonymous pledge of $100. Bernadette Hughes from New Hartford, New York, thank you for your $100 pledge. William Sipos of Auburn, Massachusetts, $100. Louis and Gail Piazza of Amsterdam, $100. Joan Benton of Johnstown, New York, $100. Michael and Gladys Halloran of Gloversville, thank you for your $100. Carol Leto of Amsterdam, $100. And the Grandies, Patricia and Gerald of Fultonville, New York, $100.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. We also have the Ancient Order of Hibernians from Buffalo, New York, $250. The Hibernians from Oneida County, $250. The Bullards from Clifton Park, $250. Peter Slavis from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, $250. Tom's Portable Cleaners from Glenville, $100. The Quants from Schoharie, New York, $40. F.D. Blowers and A.J. Piazza from Amsterdam, $50. The Coglins from Webster, New York, $40. Diane Kirkland from Utica, New York, $50. Maria Hollenbeck Brown, my cousin Maria from Gloversville, $50. John Berger from Bristol, Rhode Island, $50. And Deborah Orr from Johnstown, New York, $50. Thank you all so much.
To call in, you can still make a donation. The numbers are on the screen, 853-4444 or toll free 844-264-1111.
Thank you, Kelly and Joe. We are back here, nationalshrine.tv. We would encourage you to have everybody log on, check it out, and you can learn about the shrine. What better way to understand where your donation is going, what's happening here on the 130th anniversary. And we're going to take a tour now through a vignette that we have prepared so that you can learn more about the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
Hello and welcome to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. My name is Shelby Wadsworth and I will be giving you a tour of our grounds today. We will be visiting our famous Coliseum, the original 1885 chapel, and several other monuments that we have here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So this is the original entrance to the village of Asaneranon. The village of Asaneranon is where the Mohawk Indians lived, including St. Kateri Tekakwitha. These crosses right here are on behalf of our three Jesuit saints, St. Rene Goupil, St. Isaac Jogues, and St. John Lalande. And these crosses were actually built from the trees in our ravine, which is considered to be the most holy grounds on our campus here. Here at our candle hut, we actually have several things within the inside. Something special is we have the original chalice used for our Thanksgiving Mass here at the Auriesville Shrine for St. Kateri Tekakwitha's canonization. We also have several candles where you can leave a special prayer. The building is lined with Spanish mosaic tiles along the walls just to make it even more beautiful. Welcome to the 1885 chapel. This is the original and oldest chapel we have here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. For the first Mass held here, the only thing that was on the inside was the priest and the altar. The original altar can now be found down in our ravine. But what was special about this event, we actually had over 4,000 people standing outside on chairs to receive communion. Directly behind me is the first Sorrow of Mary. Here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we have 7 Sorrows of Mary, and they actually outline the village of Ossenarnon. So often we have our pilgrimage groups that come here to visit do each 7 Sorrows of Mary that outline the village of Ossenarnon. Directly to my left is a brick formation that is actually the 3rd Station of the Cross. The Stations of the Cross start at our Kateri Chapel and lead all the way up to our Jesuit residence. Pilgrimage groups often travel in large groups to do each Station of the Cross together. Directly behind me is the statue of Our Lady of Fatima. What is special about this specific statue is every year we have a special event in May, the first Saturday in May, and this event is called the May Crowning. What the May Crowning is an event where young children gather here and place a crown of flowers on top of Mary's head. Also, we have 3 smaller statues that are the 3 children that Mary had appeared to in Fatima, Portugal. This is our Kateri Chapel in Martyrs Chapel. This chapel was built in 1894 to house the thousands and thousands of people that were visiting the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Now, this chapel is used for our daily masses. The inside actually has relics of the 8 North American martyrs, so you can come to visit the actual bones of one of the 8 North American martyrs. The village of Ossenarnon is also known as the Land of Crosses. The reason it is called this is because throughout our grounds we have several red crosses on our trees, such as this one. The reason we have the crosses on our trees is because something St. Isaac Jogues had done in the 1600s. After the death of St. René Goupil, St. Isaac Jogues snuck off into the night and carved crosses into the trees to kind of honor St. René Goupil. The reason these are red is to symbolize the blood of the martyrs. Therefore, throughout our grounds, we put several red crosses on our trees to represent that act of St. Isaac Jogues. This is our Pieta statue, or Pieta. This is a replica of Archman's Pieta in Munster, Germany. This statue once stood below a giant marble dome. This statue is actually famously replicated from Michelangelo's artwork. This is our famous statue of St. Kateri Tekakwitha. Where this statue is located is said to be the birthplace to St. Kateri Tekakwitha. We have a memorial marker marking this birthplace. St. Kateri Tekakwitha's name actually means a person who puts things into place, or a person who bumps into things. The reason she got this name was because when she endured smallpox at the young age of 4, she became partially blind. St. Kateri Tekakwitha actually died at a very young age of 24. Her last words in Mohawk Indian were "Aso no Lunkwa," which means "Jesus, I love you." And a miracle had happened just 10 minutes after her death. Her skin was said to have completely vanished of all her blemishes and scars from smallpox, and she became the most beautiful she ever had. The rock formation behind me is known as Teresa's Rosary. Teresa was a young 13-year-old girl that was captured by the Mohawk Indians. She did not want to give up on her Catholic religion. The Mohawk Indians were not fond of Catholicism, so they took her rosary away from her. Therefore, Teresa built a rock formation such as this one to pray the rosary on her knees. Our evergreen cross is formed of silver spruce. This cross is visible from the New York State Thruway and the Mohawk River. This represents the planting of faith in Catholicism in New York State.
And we are back. I have some pledges to read, And Francis said he's here for moral support, that he's not going to read the names.
I won't read the names, but I am here for moral support because the phones have been ringing.
We got rid of a couple more. I shouldn't say got rid of. We've had more pledges come in for this beautiful statue.
It just shows the love and devotion that people have to our shrine.
And to this beautiful statue.
Absolutely.
I mean, who wouldn't want it? It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a wonderful piece to have. All right, so if I read the name, you could read the dollar amount. How's that?
How about we do that?
All right. So this is from Amsterdam, New York, Elizabeth Sawicki.
A donation of $500.
Thank you very much,
you,
Elizabeth. William McWaters from Hegeman.
A donation of $1,000.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Hegeman, New York represented. The North American Martyrs Parish in Auburn, Massachusetts.
All the way from Massachusetts, $1,200 donation.
Yay!
Lisa, the phones are ringing.
I hear the phone. I hear the phone. The Knights of Columbus, number 3394 in Latham.
Thank you for your donation of $100.
Unless they want to give us $1,000.
Unless you want to give us $900 more.
We'll take that too. Lucretia Ciccarelli Lettuce.
A gift of $100.
And that comes from Oneonta, New York. Paul Perrault of Gloversville.
Right here, a gift of $100.
And Robert and Estelle Higgins in Johnstown.
A gift of $100.
And Rosemarie and Richard Cantwell of Saugerties.
A gift of love of $100.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Very good. And Joe and Kelly have more?
We do. We would like to thank Karen Poland of Newcomb, New York for her $200 donation. John and Bruce Simeone from Tribes Hill, New York, $200. The Bethanies, Ann and Wayne from Sharon, Massachusetts, $500. Michael and Joyce Kirkpatrick out of Johnstown, New York, $500. Catherine Higgins from Pennsylvania, $500. The Becks, Raymond and Tina from New Hartford, New York, a $200 donation. Thank you so much. James and Lois Haggerty of Hageman, New York, $200. Out of Colony, James Kane, he donated $200. Thank you. George and Mary Alice Ryman from Little Falls, New York, $200. Robert De Carlos Sr. from Schenectady, $100. Joan Carasquillo of Bloomfield, Connecticut, thank you for your $100 gift. The Maddies, Joan and Kathleen out of Clifton Park, New York, $100. Joseph and Edith Papa from Albany, New York, $100. And the Knights of Columbus Council, 4746, $100.
That's great, Kelly. We also have the Sacred Heart Council, 518. Knights of Columbus from Ilion, $100. Knights of Columbus in Stamford, New York, $100. The Knights of Columbus Council, 11064, $125. The Knights of Columbus in Glens Falls, $100. Monsignor Riley Assembly of the Knights of Columbus, 1915 from Sand Lake, New York, $100. The Knights of Columbus in Endicott, $100. The Rendas from Gloversville, New York, $200. The Miaras from the Bronx, $200. The Sarges from Spring Hill, Florida, $200. And the Ancient Order of Hibernians from Saratoga Springs, $200. The Campbells from Virginia Beach, Virginia, $200. Now remember, a lot of these small organizations and councils of the Knights of Columbus are giving, besides the money that they gave, the $600,000 they gave as a group. And so we thank them very much, and we thank all of you, no matter what the amount is. Thank you for your wonderful donations, gifts of love for the Alwaysville Shrine. Thank you.
Okay, we have now some more donations that have come in. People who are listening and watching us online, nationalshrine.tv. And again, if you've been watching us, if you would like to encourage your friends to do the same thing, we would encourage you to do so. You can watch us online. You can watch us on your phone. You can call us if you happen to be listening to us on the radio, 853-4444, or toll free 844-264-1111. Our homeless Jesus statues, these are limited for a $250 pledge donation. You can have this statue. We have a signed version. Those are limited. And we also have this beautiful medallion that Jacob Finkboner has donated to us. Jacob, of course, is the young boy who was healed through the intercession of St. Kateri. Well, blessed Kateri at the time, that was all she needed to become a saint, was that beautiful intercession and the healing of Jacob.
And absolutely. Let's remind our viewers and our listeners, there's only a few of these left. It's not like we have large quantities of these. So if you would like to make a donation to receive one of these miniature statues and a medallion from Jacob himself, you got to call in.
Got to call now. And
someone just bought one.
Someone just bought one. Jean Aaron of Cicero, New York, has purchased a homeless Jesus in memory of John and Antoinette Aaron. So, Jean, we thank you very much for your $250 donation. She'll receive this homeless Jesus, and she will also have a plaque at the grotto, one or the other of the grottos, here on the grounds of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Orisville, New York. So, Jean, we thank you very much for your donation to the shrine here today. And don't forget, a limited number are available. We would also like to thank our young talent. Rachel Roche was just here, a pledge of $100 from Dr. Roche, Deborah, and Rachel. So we thank them very much for not only giving of their talent here today, but for making a donation as well. From Rod and Chloe Carell of Johnstown, a $10 pledge. We thank you very much. And Bob and Jean Schultz of Johnstown for their $300 donation. Thank you both very much. They're also helping us on the phones today.
Yeah, that just shows the love that people have for the shrine and for the cause of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. Not only are they volunteering their time, but they're supporting us with this financial donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that more than you know. And just a reminder, yesterday the Knights of Columbus made a $50,000 donation. So the life-size version of this homeless Jesus is here with us today in the Visitor Center at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. If you're out and about, if you can hear us on the radio and you'd like to stop by and see it, by all means. It was blessed yesterday by Bishop Scharfenberger, as assisted by our seminarian Francis. Only a seminarian for a few short months longer, and then it'll all be over. And he will be official. He will have his first Mass here at the shrine in June after he is made a priest officially by our bishop.
Absolutely.
That's exciting. We can't wait for that. It'll be a great celebration here. So come and view the life-sized version of the homeless Jesus, which the original is on display at the Vatican, blessed by the Pope himself. There are just about a dozen full-scale bronze casts that have been made that span 7 countries. So it's a national piece. It's a national piece. You can have it in your home for a $250 donation. You can view the life-size piece that's been purchased through a donation of the Knights of Columbus. It's wonderful. The signed versions are running low, so if you want a signed version by Timothy Schmaltz, the sculptor, Google his name.
Absolutely.
Google his name. Timothy Schmaltz is spelled S-C-H-M-A-L-Z. You can see what you're getting for yourself.
And one of the things that's significant about this is that since Pope Francis' papacy has began, he has been speaking about the homeless, the marginalized, the suffering, the sick, and asking people to reach out to help them, not only financially, but through prayers and service. And this is what this statue represents. So Tim came up with this idea, and especially with the Holy Father coming to the United States in a few days.
Very exciting. He's spurred young people to be involved too.
Absolutely.
And you know, and as we talked, we've had surprise visits from people who are on pilgrimage here to our shrine. We had the nuns here recently talking about that. They've walked down from Lake George. And as I mentioned to them, what if we didn't have this beautiful shrine here? What if it was falling apart and it was no longer open and available to them? It would be a sad thing.
Yeah.
This is one of 10 shrines, top 10 shrines in the country. And how sad it would be if it wasn't here any longer. So through your gifts, through your donations, we are putting the polish on this beautiful gem that we have, and we're so happy and honored to be able to do that.
Yeah, and some of the ideas that this money is going towards is to renovate not only the Coliseum, this beautiful 10,000-seat Coliseum, but also the sacred ravine where the body of Isaac Jogues and Saint Rene were left. So there's going to be a beautiful sculpture down there of St. Isaac holding the body of St. Renee. And you can listen and read about St. Isaac's journey as he suffered and was tortured day after day for all those years to spread the faith of the Christian and Catholic religion.
There's going to be vocations, seminar, summit next year here for young people. There are a lot of exciting things happening here at the shrine. We have people coming in and stopping into the visitor center. It's very exciting. We would encourage anyone to do that. Call your friends, tell them to log on to nationalshrine.tv so they can view what we have going on here. Stop by the visitor center. Today only is a 75% discount on anything in our gift shop, so we would encourage you to stop by and see us. We welcome you, and then we're going to go to a vignette, I believe, so you can learn more about all the great things that are happening here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs on our 130th anniversary.
Our second statue of Our Lady of Fatima at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This is a replica of the Our Lady of Fatima statue in the Vatican Gardens in Rome. What is special about this statue is it is formed in a different way to show Our Lady of Fatima. She is actually bending down so you can see her face, so people are often invited to stand right below her and look up at her. This is our most recent monument here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Built in 1994, this is the memorial to the unborn. This is a location for people to come and pray for the children lost to abortion or to the unborn children. Welcome to our Coliseum. Our Coliseum was built in 1930 with plenty of symbolism. Above, we have a 3-tier roof symbolizing the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Holy Trinity. Surrounding the Coliseum, we have 72 single doors. The 72 doors symbolize the 72 disciples. We also have 8 double doors. The 8 double doors symbolize our 8 North American martyrs. 5 of the martyrs are from Canada, and 3 of them we have right here: St. Isaac Jogues, St. Rene Goupil, and St. John Lalande. There are actually 12 aisles and 12 pews. That symbolizes the 12 apostles. Behind me, we have our altar. The front altar is a Vatican II altar, which is where the priest focuses on the congregation. We have 3 pre-Vatican altars that are on the right side, the left side, and the far side. Those are the pre-Vatican altars that were used when the priests were focusing more on the altar rather than the congregation. We have a higher altar, which is at the top. When we have the Coliseum filled is when it is used. This was once used by Cardinal Cushing back in 1959. The Coliseum accommodates 10,000 people sitting and 15,000 people standing. For St. Kateri Tekakwitha's canonization back in 2012, we had 5,000 people in attendance. This is our Sacred Heart Chapel. This wooden chapel was built in 2005 to provide an outdoor venue for our pilgrimage groups. This is the entrance to the ravine. The ravine is considered to be the most holy part of our grounds here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This is where St. Isaac Jogues laid Rene Goupil's body in the ravine after he was killed by the Mohawk Indians. To my right is a sign that is the writings of St. Isaac Jogues. These are the original journal entries that he had written about his experience here in the Mohawk village. Beneath this gazebo is our oldest statue here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs and the original altar from the 1885 chapel. This is one of the few statues of St. Rene Goupil here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. This statue depicts Rene Goupil showing a young Indian child the sign of the cross. The Indians were not fond of Catholicism, therefore he was killed. Welcome to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs Visitor Center. On one side, we have our museum, where you can find replicas of the canoes that St. Isaac Jogues used to travel to the village of Asanernon. We also have other things representing St. Kateri Tekakwitha, St. Rene Goupil, St. John Lalande, and St. Isaac Jogues. On the other side, we also have our gift shop. Here you can buy several religious items, including rosaries and prayer cards. Thank you for joining us on a tour of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. For more information, you can visit us on our website, www.martyrshrine.org, or you can give us a call at our office, 518-853-3033. We hope to see you soon at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs.
In remarks given by our Supreme Knight Carl Anderson, he said, "Places like Orsville are spiritual heritage sites. They are holy places where people change the spiritual future of our nation. The history of America is incomplete without the memory of such places, and especially of places like this. Here, the new world was made truly new because the gospel messages were proclaimed, sometimes by preaching, other times by living, and in the end, by dying. My confidence is placed in God, who does not need our help for accomplishing his designs. Our single endeavor should be to give ourselves to the work and to be faithful to him, and not spoil his work by our shortcomings." These are the words of St. Isaac Jogues. Both Father Isaac Jogues and his companion Rene Goupil, this quote could not be truer. Each of them had shortcomings. Rene having a strong desire to enter the Jesuits, only to be prevented from his vocation to the religious life because of physical infirmities. And for Father Jogues, whose fingers were bitten off while he was tortured in order to prevent him from offering the holy sacrifice of the Mass. Each of these individuals did not let their shortcomings spoil the work which God had entrusted in them. Descending the hill, walking down the dirt path to the base of the sacred ravine, you can read the words of Father Isaac Jogues as he tells the touching story of Rene's death and their final moments together. Rene Goupil, first companion of Father Isaac Jogues, was martyred for his faith and buried by the loving hands of Father Jogues somewheres in this place. Pope Pius XII referred to Orsville as nature's own reliquary, the verdant hill that slopes from the quiet, easy-flowing river of the Mohawks. It is the ravine that pilgrims most surely understand the love of Father Jogues and the sacred and holy ground they walk upon. According to the writings of Father Isaac Jogues, Rene had a gentle goodness, and his prayerfulness amazed the Iroquois. Rene devoted his love to teaching the children how to make the sign of the cross. However, he would succumb from this simple yet powerful prayer. In a playful gesture, Rene put his hat on a child one day and made the sign of the cross over him. The result, the boy's superstitious grandfather believed this to be a curse and ordered his nephew to kill Rene. Both Father Jogues and Rene had an excess of devotion and love for the cross, which hung our Savior. They were faithful to the love of our Blessed Mother, and when in danger of being captured, Rene said these words, "My dear brother, let us commend ourselves to our Lord
and our good mother, the Blessed Virgin, I am afraid these Indians have some evil design. When Father Jogues and Renee were first captured and taken prisoner, Renee's true worth and devotion to our faith came to life. As soon as they were seized, Renee leaned over to Father Isaac saying, "Father, may God be praised. He has allowed this. He has wished it. May his holy will be done. I love it. I will it. I cherish and embrace it with all my heart." Father Jogues had taught Renee not to be afraid of doing God's work for the glory of God. After being in captivity for a period of time, ruthlessly being tortured as they were tied to a torturing post, being frail, they were given permission to leave the cabins. Father Jogues and Renee would often walk a short distance up the hill. It was during these moments they could talk to God and recite the rosary together. For the two of them, this hill would be known as the Hill of Prayers. It was on September 29, 1642, upon their return to the village, while reciting the 4th decade of the Rosary, Renee was struck in the head by a hatchet. Falling face down, Renee uttered the holy name of Jesus. Seeing the bloody hatchet, Father Jogues knelt next to the body of Renee, expecting the same treatment. Mysteriously, though, the blow never came. As Father Jogues gave Renee absolution and prayer, the same Iroquois struck Renee 2 more times, the final blow taking the life out of him. So died the first canonized American martyr on the feast of St. Michael. The anguished Father Jogues, half alive himself after being beaten, bravely rescued the body of his martyred Jesuit companion. Father Jogues, fearful that the body of Renee would be devoured by the animals and further desecration by the Indians, he hid the body in the shallow waters of the mountain stream. Beneath the heavy rocks, the body of Renee was concealed until Father Jogues could give him a proper burial. Father recited the requiem prayers for the dead over the sacred remains. Frail as he was, Father Jogues returned the next day to bury his Jesuit companion. However, the body could not be found. For the night before, heavy rain had washed away the body of Renee. With great grief and sorrow, Father Jogues searched the land for his dear friend, but sadly he failed. It wasn't until the following spring Father Jogues found what bones remained of Renee and reverently buried them, deeming them to be precious relics and great treasures. Father Jogues kissed the remains of Renee several times, since they were the bones of a martyr of Jesus Christ. Our Catholic faith in this region can be credited to Father Jogues. Father Jogues found great consolation being able to carry on his priestly mission. At times he was able to minister to Christian captives, hearing their confessions and comforting them as best as he could. On one occasion, as a woman was being burned at the stake, Father Jogues, without hesitation for his own safety, rushed into the flames to baptize her before she died. In the corner of this Indian village, a torture platform had been erected. Many of the torments that Father Isaac Jogues underwent happened at this very place. It is said that it is almost impossible for a human being to bear the torture that Father had experienced without the gift of faith. It was during the midst of these torture sessions that Father Jogues' fingers and thumb were bitten off. Father Jogues, with great love, saw this sacrifice as an offering to God. Father Jogues would find himself receiving the same treatment as his brother Rene in the year of 1646. For teaching the faith of Jesus Christ, Father Jogues' skull was crushed by a tomahawk and his body dragged by the howling mob to the Palisades. In true brutality, Father Jogues was beheaded, his corpse thrown in the nearby river, and his head placed on a sharp stake. In what may be one of Father Jogues' last letters, he had wrote, "Alas, dear Father, when shall I begin to serve and love God, who has loved us from the beginning? And when shall I begin to give myself totally to him who has given himself totally to me?" Isaac Jogues, a devout priest, evangelizing the gospel and the love of God, gave his life and shed his blood on these grounds for us. Father Isaac Jogues, true martyr of Jesus, pray for us.
Welcome back. We're on the air again live, nationalshrine.tv. We are at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Orisville, New York, celebrating the 130th anniversary of this beautiful shrine, one of the top 10 shrines in the country. We would like to thank our sponsors again this morning, our telethon sponsors, of course, the Knights of Columbus, who have been extraordinarily generous to us, Velocity Marketing and Asset Management, Russo's, operating restaurants in Amsterdam, Broadalbin, and Ballston Spa, and the Veritable Foundation Incorporated. So we thank all of them. We want to remind you, if you are watching us on television this morning, or on your computer, I should say, call a friend, ask them to log on, nationalshrine.tv, and if you're hearing us, call. Invite your friends to call and make a donation to preserving this beautiful shrine, this beautiful landmark that we have. And I see someone standing in the wings over here waiting to come up and join us.
Yes, Lisa, let's talk to Lily. This is one of the many volunteers here at the shrine who are giving a lot of their time to preserve the shrine, to spread the message of the martyrs, which is so important. So Lily represents one of the volunteers. We spoke to another volunteer this morning. Lily, can you tell us a little bit about St. Isaac Jogues and the mission that he was called to do here at Our Lady of Martyrs?
I often think about the martyrs in particular, and they came in from France, a very rich type of lifestyle at that time, and they forsake their special cuisines and their French wines to come into a total wilderness, total emptiness. And I always say, what would possess wealthy people to come? And that was the love of Jesus. So Isaac Jogues, to me, represents sincerity and honesty and courage and perseverance in the love of our Lord.
And Lily, at the time, I think it's important, at the time where the shrine did have tours here on the campus, you gave a lot of those tours. And the hope is Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine will be opened to pilgrims next year with the new work and the upgrades here on the campus, and the tours will start coming back. Can you tell us something about what you think is very significant when you're giving the tours to some of the pilgrims that have come here?
You know, the tours are really individualistic almost. It depends on the people that come and what they're searching for, and it's amazing to see how when they hear the story and they listen, and it becomes a part of their life and a part of their mission, and they start to introspect and see where God is calling them. So the tours are really, really special, and the individual one-on-one with them. It's very unique.
Did you ever have a special moment that changed you, or something that stuck with you when you were greeting the people that came here?
I have many, many stories. special moment. They're also very unique. But, oh dear Lord.
It's hard to think of one.
I know, it is hard to think of one because
they're young, old.
Especially, I'll just never forget this one couple that came in and they talked about their daughter who was going to have a wedding. And they weren't quite sure about the theme of this wedding. And the daughter suddenly said, the father was praying. This is a true story. The father was praying, and all of a sudden these letters were coming up into his mind. So he asked his wife to jot down the letters, and it spelled Tekakwitha.
No kidding.
No kidding. And so then the father said, well, what does this mean? So he showed the daughter this name, and she says, oh, I've had her prayer card on my dresser for a long time. And needless to say, the whole wedding was centered around Tekakwitha. It was amazing.
That's beautiful.
So there's beautiful stories that come along with years ago, before she even became a saint. So, yeah.
And I was telling them earlier, when I was a very young girl in the Girl Scouts, we used to study Renee and John and Isaac before they were, before they were saints. And now here I am, many, many years later, not a Girl Scout anymore. But it's just how that starts, that seed forms in the early years, right? And you learn about it, and I learned what they did here, and it was probably my first introduction to the shrine. And now Kateri was canonized the year my daughter received her confirmation, and that was the confirmation name that she chose. So I feel like it's kind of come full circle. And so this place has got a very special spot in my heart, in the heart of our family. She's got the holy medal. It gives you a warm feeling. It's a warm and special place. And we want to keep it that way. We want to encourage people to come here and have a pilgrimage and attend Mass and visit the grounds. And we want to have a bright, shining place for them to come to.
One of the vignettes that we're going to show in just a moment on St. Kateri Tekakwitha, we just witnessed something a few moments ago. Can you tell us a little bit about the woman who has been praying to St. Kateri, not only as Blessed Kateri, but then St. Kateri, and then when she came here today, she received the surprise of a lifetime. Can you tell us a little bit about what we just witnessed? Because it brought tears to all of our eyes.
What we witnessed was the love of God and his miracle working power in a simple soul's life. A soul that was persevering in prayer, going through many hardships, and yet believing in the truth that not only is she loved, but all her neighbors are loved. And that's what she now is going to continue with her mission, is to spread that love.
And she came here this morning just to share that the celebration that we're having, and just her love for St. Kateri. And without knowing, Jake Finkboner, the cause of St. Kateri's canonization, comes walking through the door and meets this woman. Talk about tears in her eyes. Because this whole weekend we've been celebrating not only the 130 years of the shrine, but the canonization of St. Kateri Tekakwitha. And we have here with us this weekend Jacob, who was cured from that flesh-eating disease through the intercession of Kateri. Let's take a moment to watch one of the vignettes about St. Kateri Tekakwitha. The grounds of Our Lady of Martyrs, where Kateri Tekakwitha, known as the Lily of the Mohawks, was born just 10 years after the blood of Father Isaac Jogues and his companions was shed for teaching our faith in the love of Jesus Christ. At a young age, Kateri understood what it meant to suffer and experience sorrow and tragedy. As a young 4-year-old girl, Kateri lost both her parents and baby brother to the 1660 smallpox epidemic. Unlike her family, Kateri survived the smallpox epidemic. However, she was left very weak for the rest of her life. Her beautiful face, scarred from the disease, and her eyesight impaired. Tekakwitha means one who bumps into things. Because of her poor eyesight, this is what Kateri experienced. Taught by her mother, who was a Catholic Algonquian, Kateri established the love of our faith. Not knowing how to read or write, Kateri memorized her prayers in less than a year. It was on Easter Sunday, April 5th, 1676, Kateri Tekakwitha was baptized. Those who knew Kateri were amazed by her humble devotion and love for Jesus and the Holy Eucharist. She became a model for her other companions in humility, devotion, sweetness, charity, and all other Christian virtues. Kateri offered her life to Jesus and often was an outcast because she refused to marry. It is said that when her life was threatened and a tomahawk raised to kill her, the faithful girl bowed her head to die for Jesus. This loving action scared the man and he left. Being full of God and love for him, Kateri received her first Holy Communion on Christmas Day in 1677. Kateri gave her soul to Jesus in the Holy Eucharist and gave her body to Jesus on the cross. Always feeling unworthy of God's love, she often cried knowing how much God had loved her and saved her from the evils which surrounded her. After penance, she would say these words, "I am very affected by the 3 nails which fastened our Lord to the cross. They are but a symbol of my sins." A privilege to attend Mass each day, Kateri would often wait for the church to be open so she could visit the Blessed Sacrament and spend time with our Lord. Often the first one to attend Mass and the last one to leave the church. One of the happiest days Kateri would experience was on the feast of Our Lady of Annunciation on March 25th, 1679. After receiving the Holy Eucharist, Kateri made her vow of perpetual virginity, promising to Jesus that he would be her only spouse for as long as she lived. Because Kateri would inflict herself with great sacrifice of penance, her health would deteriorate rapidly. During her last few months, she underwent extraordinary sufferings, never complaining, only giving thanks for being able to suffer for Jesus on the cross. Kateri Tekakwitha, while lying on her deathbed, whispered to her friends, "I will love you in heaven. I will pray for you. I will help you." The very last words that Kateri spoke was the name Jesus. Kateri's death was witnessed by many because of her strong devotion to Jesus. It is said that within 15 minutes after she died, the marks from the smallpox which scarred her face had disappeared. Many of the Indians believed that it was at that moment that Kateri saw God. Kateri Tekakwitha, a true saint for our Christian virtues.
Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon, 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you, 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith, it's a place of renewal, the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon, 518-853-4444, 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
We are back at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs for our 130th anniversary celebration, and we would encourage you to call your friends and log on to nationalshrine.tv on your computer or on your phone. We're broadcasting live there, and I want to encourage you to do that now, because in a little while we're going to have an interview with a very special family. You may have heard of them. They are the Finkboner family. Jacob Finkboner was the gentleman, the young boy, who was healed through the intercession of Blessed Kateri. And through that intercession, she was made a saint. That was the final step in her canonization. They are here to tell their story. It's a very moving story. It's a very heartwarming story, and we would encourage you to call people to log on and listen and watch that story. So that'll be coming up in a little while, and we want you to make sure you don't miss that. And if there's anybody else that is a follower of Blessed or of Saint Kateri and is interested in this story, or you think they might be interested in this story, you want them to log on to the computer, check out nationalshrine.tv, and hear the story. So in the meantime, we have some people who have made a pledge in honor of this 130th anniversary, and our endeavor to renew the shrine, to make it better, to make it stronger, and make it continue on for another 130 years. To polish this beautiful gem that we have here in the Mohawk Valley, for all those people who make a pilgrimage here, for all of our residents here that enjoy it, we want you to make sure that you help us and continue this journey that we've started. So now pledges. Rose.
we have two new pledges, one for $100 from John Reeder from Tribes Hill. And we thank John for that. Our second donation is for $150 from Sharon Poling of Gloversville, New York. We thank you for those donations and ask your friends to call us at 853-4444.
Thank you, Rose. And now, standing by to the far right would be Joe and Kelly.
Thank you.
Live with Joe and Kelly. It's kind of like live with Kelly and Regis, or Regis and Kelly, right?
All right, we would like to thank some people for making a donation. From Linda and Michael Auergan of West Sand Lake, New York, $25. Marvin and Irene Arnold of Morrisville, New York, $30. The McNamara's, John and Mary of Fultonville, $30. Louis and Joanne Weisner of Johnstown, thank you for your $30 donation. Jack Francisco of Fonda, New York, $25. Nancy Freeman of Massachusetts, $25. Daniel and Lorraine DeRossi of Amsterdam, thank you for your $25 donation. Yvonne Major of Johnstown, $25. C.B. Cunningham of Massachusetts, $25. Athena Thompson from Silver Springs, Maryland, $100. Susan Olson of Schenectady, thank you for your $100 donation. And Robert Rolake of Yspelante, $100.
Great, thanks, Kelly. We have a couple that just came in, a couple donations. Dawn Salvione, $50. Thank you so much from Amsterdam. Another Amsterdam, John Salvione, $50. Thank you so much for your wonderful donation. The McAllisters from Cobleskill, $30. Mr. and Mrs. Breen from Westlake, Ohio, $40. Deacon Bill Gall, Council 246, Knights of Columbus, $40. Donald Ford and Francis, thank you, Delmar, New York, $40. Stephen Rocker from Utica, $30. Frank and Angelina Rizzo from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, $40. Evelyn Atkinson, $25. That's from Schenectady, New York, thank you. The Lassarelli family from Herkimer, $20. Mrs. Warmoth from Johnstown, Julianne, $20. Joan and Kevin Brown from Syracuse, New York, $20. The Phalens from Mesa, Arizona, $20. Douglas Town from Johnstown, New York, thanks, Doug, $20. Shirley Lewis from Brooklyn, New York, $20. Anonymous, $20 more. And Joan Therese Thomas from Brooklyn, New York, $20. Victoria Fiorini from Clifton Park, $20. The Crosettas from Gloversville, Frank and Angelina, thank you, $20. And Reverend Stanislaus Rosowski from Amsterdam, New York, $20. Thank you all for your donations. And keep them coming in. The phones are ringing. We appreciate your donation and your gift of love.
And while I take this, and I'd like to remind everyone that we'll be here to 3 o'clock this afternoon. And two things are happening, Lisa, today. There's a big golf outing in Massachusetts of a person who passed away a year ago, and his wife is doing a golf outing with all the proceeds going to St. Jude's. And we just got the phone call. They're already at $10,000. And of course, the Sons of Italy in Schenectady had a pasta dinner 3 weeks ago. They were supposed to be here. They're going to bring the check tomorrow for $2,500 from the Knights of Columbus.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful news. Thank you very much, Joey. We're really happy about that and excited that the donations continue to come in for our efforts here. You know, if you haven't visited the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs yet this year, I would encourage you to do so. The season is running short. We have a short season left here.
Hi, Lisa.
Sure.
Lisa.
You
I'm back.
almost called me Linda again.
I did. I don't know
but
why.
Lisa's right. The season ends when here?
It ends next month.
Okay.
So we're coming down to it.
If you have not come up to the shrine to visit, I would encourage you to do so. There have been many donations. Tens of thousands of dollars have come in already. There's been much progress made. We've been coming up pretty much weekly here.
Yeah.
When we haven't been out of town, we've been coming up just about weekly. So we can see it. Every week there's something new. There's been a lot of change, and it's exciting. It's refreshing, it's exciting, and there's so much more to come. And much of it at the hands of this gentleman.
And that's what we need to talk about, Lisa, because we have these miniature homeless Jesus statues. Do we have any more that are autographed?
No.
We are all out of the autographs.
We are sold out of the autographed.
Well,
we're a good sales team.
We are, that's right. We saw 200 of them came in.
Yep, they're gone.
Tim was here yesterday. He signed about 150 of them. They're gone. But we do have some left.
Yes.
So here's the thing. Since the autographed ones are no longer available, Jacob, who was cured and received the healing from Kateri Tekakwitha through her intercession, he's been here with us this weekend. He has these medallions marking the 130th anniversary of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. They have a beautiful picture of St. Kateri on them with the three saints, also St. Isaac Jogues, St. Renee, and St. John on the back of them. Jacob has been holding on to these all weekend. And for those of you who would still like to purchase or donate the $250 to receive one of these bronze statues, you'll get this medallion right from Jacob himself. They've been with him all weekend. He's been praying with them. He took them to Mass. So these medallions, they're very special because Jacob has held on to them. And he was at the Mass of Thanksgiving yesterday with Bishop Scharfenberger. And so with your donation, you'll get that along with this statue.
It's a beautiful statue. It's a great show of your faith, something to have in your home. And Timothy Schmaltz is a world-famous sculptor, commissioned by the Pope to do work. His pieces are the Archangel Michael. They're all over the world. And this homeless Jesus now will be here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, thanks to a $50,000 donation from the Knights of Columbus. So we want to thank them for that.
And that's on top of the $600,000 donation they made this summer.
So that makes a total of $650,000 that they've donated here. You'll be able to see this beautiful life-size statue on the grounds here of the shrine. So many reasons to come and visit, so much that we are fortunate to have here with us. It was blessed by Bishop Scharfenberger. Yesterday, it is spectacular. It's really something special to see. It's very moving. It's a very moving piece, and we're so fortunate to have it here. I want to remind you, we will be talking with the Finkboner family. We'll be interviewing them and talking with them about their experience, about their intercession with St. Kateri, and it's just a moving story. So nationalshrine.tv. If you know someone that you think will be interested in this story, we would encourage you to have them log on and hear the story right from the family that we are so fortunate to have here with us at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So log on through phone, through your computer. We're here, or tune in on the radio. 853-4444 is the number to call. There's a toll-free number, which is 844-264-1111. I also want to remind people that the gift shop here at the Visitor Center is offering 75% off.
And our favorite holiday is coming up.
That's right. So if you know someone that likes a gift of faith, why not start your shopping early?
Actually, not 50% off. The jewelry is going to be 50% off. Everything else, 75% off.
Isn't that great? So gifts of faith, it's a wonderful thing. If you know someone, start shopping early.
75% off. The shrine is closing at the end of the season, or for the season, so we have this merchandise, beautiful rosaries, glass rosaries, a lot of books for First Communion, for confirmation, wedding gifts, baptismal gifts. So there's a lot of stuff we have here. And a lot of medals. The jewelry here is very beautiful.
So if you know someone, think about it. Somebody that you need to have a gift for, now's the time to do it. Excellent.
One of the things that you mentioned is that very shortly we are going to hear from the Finkboner family. And Jacob has been here all weekend. And it's been very touching to listen to the story from his point of view. You can read about the situation that Jacob faced as a 5-year-old boy playing basketball. The boy falls down and cuts his lip at the last minute of the basketball game. And then that night he gets sick. And within a couple days, there's this bacterial infection, stem A, which just begins to eat away at the flesh of his skin. And the doctors did everything that they could to help him out, and there was no cure. And you're going to hear from the parents how they offered to give Jacob back to God. They were thankful for Jacob, their only son. They were thankful for his life, the 5 years they had with him, but they were willing to give Jacob back to God. And then this story is remarkable because right after they were thankful and willing to let Jacob die because there was nothing else, and accepting that in their heart, and you're a parent, you know, a nun comes to the hospital unannounced. Her name is Sister Kateri, and she comes with a relic of Blessed Kateri Tekakwitha, places it on Jacob's body, and the next day the doctors come in to take Jacob to do more testing, and the disease is gone. The bacteria is gone. Incredible. Incredible. And it's such a heartbreaking story, but as Jacob reminded me many times over the last couple of days, it's a story of hope. It's a story of joy. And that's what we're celebrating this weekend.
And Jacob has gone on to share his story, and he's so grateful. He's 15.
15.
Think about it. I mean, how many 15-year-olds, and he's been doing this for so long, will tell their story, will share it in front of people. He's really a remarkable young man, and truly a sign of our faith and a modern-day miracle. I mean, when you look at him and when you hear his story, and really, that was what propelled our Blessed Kateri to sainthood. And she's so near and dear to everyone here. What we don't realize is how important she is worldwide to so many others. We think she's just our saint here in the Mohawk Valley. We don't realize the worldwide reach that she has.
And I gotta share one story with you. But before I do, let's just remind our viewers and our listeners, nationalshrine.tv, that we have a replica of Tim Schmaltz's Homeless Jesus, that for a donation to the shrine of $250, for a donation of the shrine to the shrine, $250. Lisa, tell them what they get for that $250.
You get this beautiful statue. You get the medallion that's been with Jacob, this beautiful Kateri medallion that also has the 3 saints on the back, St. Rene, St. John, and
St. Isaac.
St. Isaac, thank you.
I'm
I
sorry.
always forget Isaac. I remember Renee and John, poor Isaac. Forget St. Isaac. Anyway, the 3 saints on the back. Jacob has had this in his pocket. He's giving this with the statue, and then you get the plaque in the grottos here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. So what I like to say is you have a gift that you leave behind here at the shrine, and you have a gift that you can take with you to your home. And it's something that's a conversation starter. It relates back to Matthew 25. If you need a refresher, I encourage you to pull out your Bible. But it is something that's near and dear to our Pope Francis now, something he encourages us to live by. So it stands as a reminder for us to do that every day.
And these do make wonderful gifts, not only for family and friends, but someone had purchased one of these for me. As a seminarian and hopefully a future young priest, that the symbol of this is Pope Francis's message of showing mercy and love to people.
Isn't that great? Think about it as a nice Christmas gift for a family. What do you get the family that has everything? You get them something that they can look at, something that their children can look at, and you explain the message. Do unto me. Do unto others as you would do unto me. What would Jesus do? What should I do? This stands as a reminder, and it's a lovely gift to give to a family.
Absolutely. Speaking about gifts, I want to share that little story with you, because I have to tell this story about Jacob's little sister, Malia. because she's been sharing it with me, and she pulled Bishop Scharfenberger aside yesterday to share it with him. When they went to the canonization, well, first of all, let me just take you back for a moment. When Malia, when Jacob had this illness, she was 3 months old. Miranda was 7 years old. And so when they went to the Vatican for the canonization of St. Kateri, Malia had not received her First Holy Communion yet. And so she was prepared for the sacrament of First Holy Communion. And I share this because St. Kateri Tekakwitha had a devout love for the Holy Eucharist. And Malia goes to the Vatican for the canonization, and she receives her First Holy Communion from Pope Benedict.
No kidding.
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's a story that she's going to tell, and a witness, though, of love, that out of the tragedy of what happened to her brother, she's got this story now that's so uplifting, and you can see the glow in her eyes when she tells us how she received her First Holy Communion from Pope Benedict the 16th, and how much it means to her now. She goes to Catholic school, and how much it means to her now every Sunday when she receives Holy Communion. It's such a special,
That is
remarkable
spectacular.
story.
I mean, really, how many people could ever say that?
Oh, there's not a lot.
I can imagine. What a wonderful story to share. And out of that, so much has happened. So much has happened. And I would encourage you, again, to make a donation. These make a wonderful Christmas gift for your pledge. You get so much back. The beautiful homeless Jesus. Google Timothy Schmaltz, find out more about him, find out about his works. He's going to be making beautiful sculptures here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. And this is a beautiful honorarium that you can have in your home to share with others and tell that story. So now we're going to go to a vignette from our friend Jack Arnicki. And we encourage you, again, National Shrine TV. Call your friends and encourage them to log on to the computer to watch us, or on their telephone if they're traveling. So nationalshrine.tv, and make a gift today.
Take it away, Jack.
Open doors and open hearts. We are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Our entire 400-acre shrine campus is one of the most holy sites in the world. In the silence of the day and night, you can almost hear the sounds of saintly prayers and worship from the millions of people who have visited the shrine over the years. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs Coliseum campus has been the inspiration for generations, connecting natural, spiritual, historic, and artistic interest. On our beautiful grounds, follow the history of St. Kateri's birthplace and the Shrine of the North American Martyrs, containing a world-class collection of artifacts and relics. Can you imagine walking on the same holy grounds that our Jesuit saints and St. Kateri walked? Spiritual seekers from around the world make the pilgrimage to the shrine every year. A short walk from the visitor center takes you to the Seven Sorrows, circumnavigating the original Ossernon village. Then to the 1885 chapel and on to the Stations of the Cross. Visit the ravine and walk the path of the saints at the original site of their martyrdom. Enjoy the grottos and nature trails overlooking the Mohawk River. Come in our open doors and share our open hearts. We are your Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. See the amazing collection of sacred art along the pathways, chapels, and in the Coliseum. Several are from Europe and the Vatican. The shrine is home to an impressive collection of statuary, paintings, sculptures, and murals. Don't miss the landscape gardens, vista views, and the beauty of the Mohawk Valley. Take a stroll beyond the pathways to the Kateri Chapel and see the surrounding visual and spiritual artistry. The pathway to sainthood for 3 of our Jesuit saints started here. Saint René Goupil was martyred in 1642. and both St. Isaac Jogues and St. John Lalande were martyred in 1646. They were Jesuits who died as martyrs for Jesus and the Catholic faith. All were associated with the holy grounds at the shrine. Most recently, the pathway to sainthood was for St. Kateri Tekakwitha, who was recognized as a saint in October of 2012. It was here at the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs that St. Kateri Tekakwitha was introduced to Jesus. Kateri, the lily of the Mohawks, St. Kateri, was born here in 1656 to a Mohawk chief and a Catholic Algonquin captive. These very holy grounds were the grounds upon which St. Kateri walked and prayed. The foundation of her faith base was started here at the shrine. It is here that you will find a spectacular and heroic monument to her importance, and you will find endless private miracles and supernatural events that are attributed to her intercession and the steps and pathways to her sainthood. It is here in Auriesville, New York, on these holy grounds, that the first rosary was said in New York State. Water in the St. Kateri Grotto and Lily Pond is the same water that baptized St. Kateri. Many private miracles are associated with her holy water to this day. Our memories are endless regarding the shrine. We can all relate to a family visit or a family trip to the shrine. We can recall seeing thousands and thousands of people attending Mass, along with busloads of visitors from all parts of the United States. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, abounding in history and miracles, and right here on our doorstep. Open doors, open hearts. We are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. The Coliseum itself is a wonder of architecture, a circular building with triple-tiered roof that welcomes 10,000 parishioners. This is filled with history, statuary, and sacred art inside and out. Participate by attending one of our daily Masses. For unsurpassed history, spiritual art, and nature, bring the family and spend a day or two in the most historic district in New York State. Just some of the reasons to visit and support the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Auriesville, in the heart of the Mohawk Valley. Breadbasket of the American Revolution, builders of the Erie Canal, gateway to the West, and birthplace of industry and invention. At the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we have something for everyone. Open doors and open hearts. We are the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you. 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith. It's a place of renewal. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
Thank you, Jack. Here we are live at Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine, and this weekend we've been celebrating the 130th anniversary of the shrine with Jake Finkboner. And I'd like to introduce right now some very special guests. Jacob's father, Donnie, Jacob's mother, Elsa, and Jacob's 2 sisters, Miranda and Malia. And obviously Jacob himself, with Lisa, who's going to be speaking with Jacob as well. Joey, why don't we start this conversation?
Well, first of all, on behalf of the Society of Jesus and everyone associated with the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, we want to thank all of you people for being a part of our celebration. And this event sort of climaxed almost 2 years of fundraising for the Shrine, where the money is nearly $2 million that has been raised, and that's a lot of money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, and it still has to continue, though. But even more, and I have to quote Bishop Ed yesterday, Lisa, when he was here. The bishop said, Joe, it's never about money. It's never really about money. It is about our faith. It is about this shrine. It's about, if we go back in time, on these grounds, there was a little Native American girl that was born by the name of Kateri. Somewhere over there, as a baby, she crawled and she played in the grass, whatever babies do when they're small. Someplace on these holy grounds are 3 Jesuit saints who came here to this area to teach the Native Americans the life of Jesus Christ. Now, in modern day times, I would think that if I was a Native American several hundred years ago, and some guy came with a cross and doing some of this stuff, it would be kind of awkward. They didn't know who to believe. They still had their own customs of belief. But at the end of the day, these Jesuits taught the Catholic faith to Native American Indians. From that period of time came St. Kateri. And yet on these holy grounds, and the most important part of this shrine, this campus, is what's in the ravine. Because like Father Francis said, if it didn't start down there in the ravine, there will be nothing up here at the Coliseum. So the history of this shrine started a long, long time ago. And over the years, as the church was challenged in its crises of times, this shrine also became a target of crisis. And as we all know, the Society of Jesus will be leaving here at the end of this shrine season. But that has nothing to do with the shrine. The Jesuits are a very small part of the shrine. A priest is a priest, whether it's a diocesan priest, a Jesuit priest, a Marian, or whatever. So the shrine will always be here. But we always thank the Society of Jesus for preserving the history of the shrine, the holy grounds. The only mistake they made when they sold a couple 100 and some odd acres to these grounds to other people. They had no right to sell it. It belonged to the people here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Regardless of that, right, wrong, or indifferent, where we are now is the new beginning, a celebration of the shrine. You and your family brings to the shrine so much hope, and it sort of testifies to the vitality of our Catholic faith. What you guys went through is a modern-day miracle. Now, we all can read Scripture, and when Jesus walked into some cave and a guy was dead, and a guy said, hey, you're too late, Jesus. Why didn't you come and save my son, my brother, or whatever he was? And Jesus said, hey, relax. He goes in there, you know better than I, Francis, touches the guy, he gets up, and that was a miracle. And Jesus does this throughout Scriptures, where the blind guy couldn't see. The guy said, can I just touch your cloth of your clothes, and then I'll be able to see? And Jesus says, your faith has saved you, you can see. Well, that's all well and good, okay, and all that stuff, something of our faith that we believe in. But what you went through is what we call a modern-day miracle. And I love modern-day miracles. So we're going to start with you, okay, as a mother. Now, I would think 10 years ago, if you don't mind, how old were you 10 years ago?
Me?
13.
How old was you 10 years ago?
33.
33 years old. Where's Kelly? Kelly, Lori, what, you're all about the same age? Kelly, 33, all you guys about the same age? Okay. So let's start when you were 33, what was going on in your life when all this happened, and how did this whole thing start?
Okay, well, 10 years ago, I was 33. Jake was my firstborn son, and he was 5 when I was 33, and Miranda was 4, and Malia was my baby. She was just 7 months old, and that was Jake's first year of kindergarten, so it was a pretty, it was busy. We enrolled him in Catholic school. We don't live nearby, so I did a lot of driving and bringing the kids along with me too, and I mean, I was just like an everyday normal mom, laundry and driving and chores and everything. So Jake was in kindergarten, and that's where his story began, that he was playing basketball with Boys and Girls Club, and it was February 11th, it was a Saturday, and he was just playing the last minute of the game, the last game of the season, and he rebounded the ball from the opposing team. He ran down court to his own basket, and when he threw the ball up in the air, the opposing team came up from behind and shoved him, and he flew forward and he hit his mouth on the base of the basketball stand. It was one of those portable basketball stands, and he hit his mouth on the base of it, and when he hit his mouth, his lip pierced his tooth. And through that small cut, the small opening in his lip, that's where the bacteria that was present on the base of the stand, that's where it entered into his body. And at first it didn't seem like anything. It just seemed like a typical, fat lip or owie that one of your kids gets on an everyday basis. But so that was on Saturday, and I drove down to Seattle to visit my sister and some family. And as the night progressed, he got progressively worse, and he woke up at 2 a.m. just being in a lot of pain, and he had significant swelling. And so I elevated his bed, I gave him some ibuprofen, and I put ice on his lip, and by morning, 8, 9 in the morning, he was already starting to turn a little bit delirious and show flu-like symptoms. And so I took him to one of the local hospitals, and that's where they looked at him, and they just were looking for facial fractures, and They did CT scan, they did X-ray, and everything looked fine, bone structure-wise. So they sent us home, and from there they sent us home. And then the next day, after in the morning on Monday, that's where, let me see, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, we took him in on Sunday to the first hospital. We drove home. And then Monday, we took him back to our pediatrician, and that's where our pediatrician said, you need to go to the hospital. And so we went, and he was only there at our local hospital for about 4 hours. He was, they didn't know what they were up against, and then they airlifted him down to Children's Hospital, which is where we were at the first time. In Seattle. And so we went down to Seattle, back to Children's. They airlifted him because his condition had progressed. At that point, his head was about the size of a basketball. Everything had swollen severely, and he was unrecognizable at that point. And so we went down to Children's, and on the way down to Children's, my husband and I, we drove. It was a 2-hour drive. And so on our way down, we said that we prayed the rosary. And we got to the hospital, and that's where the team of doctors that came in, there must have been about 10 doctors just looking at him, trying to figure out what was going on. And his whole head, face, and neck was completely swollen to the point that they thought that he was going to be, his airway was going to close out. So that night they went ahead and took him and they intubated him, and they put him in a drug-induced coma. And so that was on Monday. And then on Tuesday, that was the first time that they went ahead and took him into surgery, and they opened him up to see what it was that they were up against. And they still had not yet received anything from pathology to confirm what it was that he had. And so the first day that they opened him up, that's when they looked at him, and they sat down with my husband and I, and he just flat out told us that we're just trying to save your son's life. And from that point on, it was daily surgeries. He went into the hyperbaric chamber, and 2.5 months later, we came home.
Okay, so let's talk about the diagnosis. What did they diagnose this as?
They diagnosed it once they received the pathology reports from our local home hospital that took a sample. Then they were able to identify that it was a flesh-eating bacteria known as necrotizing fasciitis, or also known as strep A.
So this constantly is eating away at the boy. And so let's talk about where was this eating away? His face, all over his body?
Yes. So if you look at Jake's face, you can see his. It started out on the left side of his lip on the inside, and it just continued to progress. It ate the majority of his lip. It went up, and it went completely around both of his eyeballs, and it went down the other side. It went down his chin, his neck, his chest from side to side. It went from on his scalp from one side of his ear all the way to the other side. And
so it constantly was it was spreading while he was in the hospital.
Oh yeah, it was spreading. And
the antibiotics didn't work?
No. The first week that we were there, they tried to do flush with antibiotics, and they had tubes into him in his face and everything that would flush the bacteria, or supposedly, and flush antibiotics throughout his system, and it was not working. Okay,
let's just sort of maybe move up to the point where the disease was still attacking, and at some point after, you're at a big trauma center. This is like St. Jude's. This is not a local, clinic. This is a major trauma center that you're at. So at what point did the doctors put their hands up and say, there's no more that we can do?
Probably about 2.5 weeks into it, that every day that Jake had surgery, all the scars that you see on his face and everything, those are the areas that they had to cut into. And by the time they got to that area to get to it, it had already been there and gone. It traveled underneath his skin. So by the time they would get to it, they were already too late. They could not get ahead of it. And to figure out where it would go, it was unknown. And so with him for 2.5 weeks, he continued to have daily surgeries, and he went into the hyperbaric chamber. And there was a point where the doctors just, they prepared us in saying that they pretty much done everything that they can for him, and that it didn't look good, and that they were going to have to, they wanted us to call our local priest.
Okay. Before we get to the priest, at what point did they literally sort of take his face and just sort of take it off and sort of scrape it? Did I understand?
They, pardon the way that it's phrased, but it's like they basically filleted his flesh, that they had to open it up. And every time he would go into the hyperbaric chamber, they would expose his flesh. They allowed it to open up and be exposed to the oxygen, because this bacteria is an anaerobic bacteria that it thrives with no oxygen. So by taking him into this hyperbaric chamber and opening it up, it exposes it to the oxygen, and the pressure, it compresses it to hopefully get the swelling down.
Okay, here you are, 33 years old, you and your husband, Jake, in a hospital, and I'm going to compare this to what we see at St. Jude's. I would assume that you're in the hospital all day, and you're in the hospital all night, and the pattern continues, day after day, day after day, day after day, day after day, with no good news, day after day, day after day. So at some point, these doctors said, that's it. There's no more that we can do.
Yeah, at that point, he just continued to have a fever. It came back, and it was hopeless, and that's when we called our family and friends to continue to pray for Jake and our priest, and to offer him his anointing of the sick.
Now, at this point, we heard nothing of St. Kateri, right? I mean, St. Kateri was just like not even in the picture at this point.
Yes. Okay. So when we got there on Tuesday, we had called our priest and said, you need to come and anoint Jake. And he said, I'll be there by Thursday. We said, there's not going to be a Thursday for Jake. That was the first time that the doctor said it does not look good. And so there was we had another priest that came down and anointed Jake the first time. And then on Thursday, Father Tim, when he finally did make it down to see us, our local priest, Father Tim Sauer, he came down, and that's when he brought us some relics and some prayer cards and said, you need to pray for Blessed Kateri's intercession. And he explained to us why. I mean, she's somebody that was familiar to both Donnie and I. One of our home tri-parish churches is Native American. It's Lummi Catholic Church. And so Father Tim had given us these prayer cards and said, you need to pray for her intercession. And the reasons being is because she's up for sainthood, and she's Native American just like Jake. And she too was infected, or she was infected with smallpox and she was left with severe scarring on her face.
Okay, so when you were like 30 and 31 years of age, we never heard of St. Kateri, though.
We've heard of her, but it's not Blessed Kateri, yeah. But
it wasn't somebody you go and pray to.
No.
So, I mean, it's St. Kateri, Blessed Kateri wasn't like a St. Jude, where the familiar name, or a St. Anthony. I mean, it was just blessed. Probably more so because you guys are Native American that you heard the name. But it was nobody that you prayed to. So, we're in the hospital. The doctors have told you that's it. Your parish priest come like Father Francis. Your other priest came, gave the last rites. The other priest comes in and gives you some prayer cards and said, pray to St. Kateri.
Yes, and so he came and he gave us the prayer cards and the relics. And at that point, I took the prayer card and I taped it to the inside of Jake's bed by the little hand things, the buttons, and so I taped it onto his bed, and I took one of the relics and I safety pinned it onto his bed sheets so that it was with him everywhere that he went. When he went for surgery, that it was there with him, and when he went into the hyperbaric chamber, she went with him.
Sister Kateri now enters a nun named Sister Kateri now enters your life.
Yes. So we had 2.5 weeks into it, Donnie's Aunt Josie, who is also a sister, she was picking up Sister Kateri Mitchell from the airport at SeaTac or Seattle, so she was really close nearby. And Josie knew of everything that was happening, and so she asked for Sister Kateri Mitchell to come by the hospital and pray for Jake. And so my husband was at the Ronald McDonald House sleeping because he had taken the night shift, and I was there on the day shift. So when when Aunt Josie had come by, she introduced her to me, and she told me that her name was Sister Kateri Mitchell. And I'd only heard of the name as Blessed Kateri, but I had never actually met anybody with that name. So to me, that was a sign from God that she was there. She had been sent to deliver the message to us that God had heard our prayers. And so she asked if she can come back and pray with Jake. And so I took her and Josie back, and the two sisters, they prayed over Jake, and that's where Sister Kateri Mitchell, she took the relic and she placed it on Jake's leg, and we prayed over him. And we didn't realize it until 5 years later that was the day that she laid the relic on Jake and prayed over him, that was the last day that his infection moved. And the following day, when they took Jake in for surgery, the doctors, all they could say was that it had stopped, and they didn't know why.
Whoa. So the relic goes on Jake's leg. The next day, shortly thereafter, ready to go into surgery, the doctors say it stopped. The disease stopped attacking.
Yeah, they did take him into surgery. They had to open him up. But that was the first day that they looked at him and said they'd finally gotten ahead of it. It had stopped.
Wow. All right. So we're at this point now. The flesh-eating disease stops. Jake is still in the hospital. You were told that it's okay now.
Yes, it was okay. They were not in life-saving mode. Now they were in repair mode because of all the scars and the openings and cuts and everything that they had, the incisions that they'd made on Jake, that they were at a point now where they were going to have to do skin grafting, multiple skin grafts on him.
But at this point, did you guys say it was St. Kateri? You still didn't? Nope. It didn't connect yet that because of that relic of St. Kateri on his leg, that was it. Nothing. Nope, and these doctors couldn't explain what happened.
No, they couldn't figure it out. It was just like a volcano that had been erupting day after day, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. And we didn't put two and two together to hear the words that your son's going to live. That was our main focus, and those are the words that we had been longing to hear for 2.5 weeks.
At what point did we connect St. Kateri to this?
That she was the one? Yeah. Father Tim had suggested we came home on Good Friday in April. We got there in February, we left in April, and then Father Tim Sauer, our priest, the one that had told us to pray for Blessed Kateri's intercession, he's the one that said, you need to write it down so we can submit everything to the Vatican. So we submitted it in October, and by January we had heard back that, yes, they were going to continue to investigate the whole incident. And it took 7 years for it all to come down to the final word, but it was probably in the 5th year that they sat down with us one last time and interviewed us, and they pulled out a calendar and said, pinpoint the day that Jake went in for surgery, pinpoint the day that Sister Kateri Mitchell had come by and placed that relic on his leg. And it wasn't until that time, that was the first time that they'd asked us to do that.
These at the Vatican. This is Vatican officials.
Yes.
And we dealt with the Vatican officials here at the shrine about a month and a half ago. Nunzio, the big guy from Washington. So they kept interrogating you, see if you're going to change your story or if your husband changed his story on the happenings of others.
Yes, Bishop Eusebio. He was
a bishop.
Yeah, he was.
Come to your house, or you went to him?
No, they had place at the church set up, and so he was the devil's advocate. He was there to try and prove us wrong, to tell, so that when we would recite our story, that we would somehow screw up or fault in our words.
You and your husband is in front of a group of people or a bishop interrogating you on this procedure, what was taking place, to see if in fact St. Kateri was the one or the doctors just did it themselves.
Yes, we had a panel of the panel that they had sent before us to as the group. It was a doctor, a lawyer, a priest, a bishop, a notary. There was probably about seven people that were in the room with us, and they're all.
How many times did you meet?
Five times.
Probably about 5 times over a
This
period.
had to be a financial burden on your family as well.
Well, the hospital expenses that Jake endured, yeah. I mean, in our first month that we were there, with all of his daily surgeries and all of the hyperbaric chamber, the ambulance, there was not really anything that we had no idea that a $500,000 bill was coming our way.
$500,000 with no help.
We received, we have insurance, but they only cover a percentage, yeah, and then the rest of it was pretty much ours.
All right, at some point as a mother, while you were going through this, you had to say to yourself, what the hell's going on here? Okay? I mean, what's happening? I mean, a young couple, faith-based group. I mean, you had to say, why me, God? Why us? Why my son?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that question was pretty much every day. And then I just remember our priest, Father Tim Sauer, that he sat down with us, and I just looked at him and I said, I just had to ask why it had to be our son, because he's our firstborn. He's our only son. My baby was just 7 months old, and I couldn't figure out why it had to happen to him, why this had to happen to us. And Father Tim just stopped us and said, why not you? God has a plan for you. Why not you? And I never asked him again.
And the day that that all this stopped and you started connecting St. Kateri, and we talk about things that are not just coincidental. I mean, things just sort of happen. Here comes a nun named St. Kateri. Here comes prayer cards that said Blessed Kateri. Here comes the day that she was born on Easter Sunday here at the shrine. Everything keeps going back to St. Kateri, Blessed Kateri, St. Kateri. So I guess my question is, for all the people, I would think everybody in this room and all our listeners across the United States and the world that are listening today, we all have some type of medical problem or somebody that we want to pray for, someone in our family that may have a problem, whether it's our mom, our dad, our aunts, our uncles, our children. But why did you ever ask yourself, why did St. Kateri, why did God come into Jake's life? Why were you so special? Why were you guys so special as parents to have this saint that was born outside these doors, where she crawled as a baby, come into your life and heal Jake?
That's a good question. I want to know too. But when all I can say is, I have to say thank you to her for interceding on Jake's behalf. Because if it hadn't been for her, we wouldn't be here with Jake today. We would be visiting his gravesite.
Before I give this to Lisa, I gotta share. What you and your family has brought to this shrine is an awakening. Sometimes, look, I'm a businessman, okay? I deal with money. And it's either black or it's white. It's not black, white, or blue. It's one or the other. In this case, you and Jake and your family have come to this shrine struggling with administrative mistakes, stupid mistakes. We're all human. We make bad judgments. But what you have done since you have been here, you have awakened everybody about St. Kateri. That she, you know, it was always that St. Kateri took a back seat to the Jesuit saints. It was always St. Kateri that took a back seat for many other reasons. But here she is. You brought her back in light to where she needs to be. Not because you're Native Americans, but she is the first Native American saint in the United States. Born right here, where she crawled and played and did everything that kids did. And we owe you a great amount of appreciation for reminding us what a precious piece of property this is. As a businessman, it's a property. But for those of us who appreciate St. Kateri, this is the shrine of St. Kateri. This is where she was born. And so I thank you for coming, because you bring something to us, to the Jesuits, and to all of us that are listening to this broadcast. She is real. This shrine is real. And we are celebrating 130 years celebration. But it took St. Kateri to make this all happen. And you were with the Pope. You were over there. We're going to talk about that in a minute. You were with Pope Benedict when she became a saint. And you stop and think, when you look out there, there was millions of people, right? Millions of people that all of them had a need, that probably are all praying to St. Kateri. Why did St. Kateri come into your life, right? And you had to say, I mean, this is why, Jake, some of these people, they want to touch him. Me too. Right?
Me too.
Right? They want to touch him. I mean, this is like St. Kateri's golden child. Don't screw around with Jake, because I'm going to step up to the plate. I had a lady the other day. She's seen Jake. She says, "Can I just touch him?" She has a heart problem. She said, "Maybe if I can touch him, maybe I'll be healed." And that's really what you bring, Jake. You bring a hope of our faith. And Lisa's going to talk to you right now. But I got to tell you something. You're a special 15-year-old boy. And you're just something that you have to say to yourself, I am special. Not only am I a Roman Catholic, but I am special to St. Kateri for what she did. Lisa.
I know why you were picked. Because you have taken your gift and shared it with others. Not everybody does that. And not everybody would have the time, the energy, the poise. And it takes all of those things to share the gift that you were given with others. And it takes a lot of dedication to do that. And that's why you were chosen. Because God knew that you would take your gift and share it with others. That's why. What do you like to do in your free time?
Video games, basketball.
Still play basketball after all that?
Absolutely.
You like basketball. What else do you do?
I do track in the spring, and I always enjoy that. Tennis in the fall, I'm doing that right now. Basketball in the winter and summer. And that's about it, really.
You're a typical 15-year-old boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think you're special?
Apparently.
That's the other gift you've been given, you know. Everybody else thinks you're special, and you've been given a special gift, but you don't. That's called humility. Did you know that?
Apparently, yes.
And we thank you for that, because that is a gift, too. Do you remember anything about that time?
Most of the time I was unconscious, but I do recall bits and pieces here and there, you know.
What do you remember?
Well, probably the most important thing that I could remember is, I guess some people have called it my out-of-body experience.
What was that like for you?
Well, it was confusing, remarkable, different, very unfamiliar, but it's a lot of things combined into one. It's a kind of hard to describe, but
If you could describe it, what was it like?
amazing. It is spectacular. It is something that I think all of us need to see, and that I pray one day we will all see, and that we will join God in eternal life in this beautiful place that I've seen.
What did you see?
I saw heaven. Yes.
What was it like?
Well, again, it's a little tough to describe, but I remember when I first was there, I heard a chorus of angels. They were all singing. It's kind of like a background music, I guess you could say. But it filled me with emotions of joy, happiness, and it was so overwhelming but warming to the heart. And I remember looking around, and everything was bright, and there was no sadness, no bad emotions, anything of that kind. And I remember I saw my Uncle Tom, who's also my godfather, and he had actually died of a heart attack 2 weeks before my accident. And he also looks a lot like my dad, so he's kind of like my father figure that I had in heaven. I also did see my mother's grandmother, so my great-grandmother, and she looks a lot like my mom. However, I did not meet her in my lifetime. She passed before I was born. But it's like one of those feelings, you get it and you just know exactly what's going on. But
And you knew who she was.
I did, yes. And she was kind of like my mother figure in heaven with me. So in a way, it's kind of like I had my parents with me while I was there.
It's amazing.
Absolutely.
Do other kids your age talk to you about this?
Not as many as they're used to, but it's
Kind of used to it now, you're just regular old Jacob again?
pretty much, yeah.
When you get an opportunity to share your story, how do other people react to you? And is it more young people or older people?
I guess you could say more older people. I guess that's more of the common audience, I guess you could say. But most of them respond with awe or wonder or anything like that. But it's warming to me to see that these people are taking it in such a way, and I'm very happy that I can share my story.
Do you think it's because older people recognize and appreciate more than younger people?
I guess that's a good way to put it.
So if you were to reach out to younger people, what would you say to them to kind of bring them in and share that story? What do you think the hook might be?
I guess I would say look for God's miracles. He performs every miracle. Well, I should say miracles every day. I mean, some of them are definitely recognizable. Others are smaller, but they can save someone's life or do anything else remarkable. So I would say look out for them because they're there. People just have to look out and see for them.
Has this changed the way you live your life every day?
Absolutely.
In what way?
One, I feel more devoted to my faith. I feel more connected to now St. Kateri, and I guess you could say more involved, or I try to be, with our local parish and things like that.
What would you say to somebody, a young person, and it happens more and more every day? I don't believe in God.
I'd say that God has a plan for everyone. Some people choose not to believe or choose not to listen to these things, and that's all right. Everybody has their own opinion, but I think God has a plan for everyone, and one day they will see it and they will believe it.
How about if somebody says, I don't need to go to church?
Again, I guess that's their choice. I think God will point them in the direction that they need to go. He knows how people should live their lives, and if they choose not to live it in faith, then I think God will definitely do something to help them out.
Very well said. What do you think of our Pope?
I think that he has brought some brilliant suggestions to the church. I like a lot of his ideas. I think it'd be fantastic to meet him, and that's something that I look forward to hopefully doing.
I think it would be fantastic for the Pope to meet you. That's what I think. Jacob, and I think it's been fantastic for me to meet you, and it's been an honor and a privilege, and I thank you very much. You're a wonderful young man.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful family. Thank you. These two young dancers up here, we're going to share dance moves later.
They taught me this last night at the bar.
Well, you know, they think they have new dance moves. I'm here to tell them I've been there and done that. They're not new. They're all old. Done them all. Done them all. Sorry. Yeah, it is a challenge. And I've told my kids, don't even try to go there with your mother. It's not going to happen. I have a daughter that's going to be 19, and, you know, she thinks she knows it all. No. We Snapchat. And you know what? I think she forgets that her mother's on Snapchat when she posts some things. It's scary. But anyway, I digress. Tell me how having this famous brother over here has changed the way you live your life.
It doesn't really change that much. I still see him as a normal brother. We still fight and play.
You fight with him?
All the time.
Don't you think he has an advantage?
Yeah, a little. A little.
Do you find that as a family, you live your life differently than others?
Yeah, we get more like different attention than other families do sometimes. Yeah.
In what way?
People recognize us sometimes. They're like, "Oh, are you Jake's family?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Do you get tired of that sometimes?
No.
You like it?
Yeah, I do.
What about you?
Well, a lot of people, they're just like, can I touch him? And I was like, you want to touch him? I get to punch him for free. So, of course, maybe I get disciplined or something. But, you know, a lot of people, they come up to us, they're like, oh, are you Jake's sisters? I'm like, yes, bring it in. And so it's kind of fun because I'm just like, just forget about him. It's all about me, you know. But I did like the attention. I'm gonna tell you that. And so there's a lot of people that do come up and they ask us questions like, you know, what was the experience for like? And I'm just like, I was just a baby, you know. I was crawling, drooling, do whatever I do. And so I know, Mom, you had a whole speech planned out for me, but
Moms do that.
Yes, they
Moms
do.
do that. It's a mom thing. We learned that in mom school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I got to tell you something. I still can't get it out of my head. Of all the people in the world, okay? Jake, I got to tell you, man, you are blessed, all right? I mean, you know, I love this part, you know, growing up in life and so forth. Well, I like that, and I like that person, like me, and so. But you have been touched by St. Kateri. I mean, you've got the best friend in the world. You don't even have to study for your exams. Just forget about it. Anyway, this has been a very, very special event to have you here in upstate New York. We have all grown better. And I know Father Francis, soon to be Father Francis, is going to be a better priest because he met you guys. Because really, this is what young seminarians should see, a modern day miracle. And even old guys like me, right? We want to see a modern day miracle. And you're a modern day miracle. And we all become better as we touched one another's lives. I will grow. Father Francis will go. He'll be a priest for 40 years. And he can share this with his flock and his congregation and his people. How many priests can say, I have touched Jake. I know Jake, the boy that was cured by St. Kateri. And look, I know these Vatican officials. We dealt with them here with the Pope coming to Orisville and the high officials in the Vatican. These guys are strict. They're to the point. They're good business people. I don't like half of them, but they're very good and strict business people. He didn't become a saint if they didn't believe in what was said. As those doctors said, they're not even Catholic. You know, what was there for them to gain? Nothing. So what you have done, you have made the Catholic Church better. But beyond that, you have made this shrine better. And we thank you for coming here from the state of Washington, where there's snowing in Washington, they told me this morning. We only have an hour left on this broadcast, and I wanted to take this 45 minutes with you guys because your family is very special to the shrine. And I can't help to think that St. Kateri, many, many years ago, was born outside this Coliseum. And all those years passed, and Jake, before you leave, you got to walk over there again to the place that we have a sign that says the birthplace of St. Kateri. So I thank you guys, and I'm sure that you're going to be hearing from us very soon. And thank you for everything that you have done for Orisville Shrine. Thank you. Thank you very much. And right now, we have a lot of thank yous to do in the next hour. And one of the people that we have to thank is one of the groups that we have to thank is the International Knights of Columbus. When we started this thing a year and a half ago, it was back in November. My wife came down with colon cancer. We were supposed to start this project. Sherry says we have to put this thing off until we have a better time, a better schedule. So we moved it back, and moved it back. And then we said we have to start this project. And from day one, when we said that there was a need to renovate this shrine, checks came from 38 countries in 27 states. Almost close to $2 million has been raised for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. And not a day has gone by in nearly 2 years that there was not an envelope coming in for a donation. Now, Lisa's in marketing, so Lisa knows what it takes to have a marketing department. The shrine only has 4 employees. There is no marketing department. We didn't even know what a website looked like until we found Rando. The mailing list we had was like maybe 500. We're now up to 15,000, 20,000. So as we leave the shrine, we leave them healthy and strong. And I know you people are going to ask about the Society of Jesus, so let's just get it out there. The Society of Jesus will be leaving 1 month from today. The last Jesuit will walk the grounds at Orisville Shrine. They will not be in residence, nor will they offer any more masses in active ministry. And that's okay, because the shrine is bigger than the Society of Jesus. But we thank the Society of Jesus for what they have done for the last 130 years here being at the shrine. But the Society of Jesus leaves us with a lot of hope what this shrine is going to look like. Actually, it's even better than what we expect, and probably better than more ways than we think. We just have to have the Society of Jesus show us as they move forward what the shrine will look like. The most holiest spot on this shrine is the ravine. That is where Isaac Jogues died, where he buried one of his fellow brothers and so forth. As you go down there, as Carl Anderson mentioned as the Supreme Knight, Joey, you can do better than this. Logs on the ground, this down, purple things. Julie had to go out and paint all them, and Bill went down there one day to paint all the bases because it was just neglect. People could just do what they wanted to do up here. And so you had purple bases, bases of statues. And Carl Anderson had to point out to us, hey, I'll give you the money, but do the improvements. And that's what we've done. So what they're going to happen now starting next year is more signage. So when you walk by something as a visitor to the shrine, you will know what took place when. If you see a statue, no longer do you look at a statue and say, who's that guy? Now you're going to have, a description of who those saints are. As you walk around the holy grounds of this place, there'll be more signage. There's going to be more vintage and more signage like Midland Shrine up in Canada. And Father and I will be going up there when he comes home for Thanksgiving vacation. So that is the new shrine as we move forward. The shrine should never be a substitute for a local parish. Holy Spirit, Mark Carmel, Holy Trinity, Mark Carmel in Amsterdam, St. Mary's in Amsterdam. During the summer months, many of the people would come up here and attend Mass. Well, let me give you the facts the way they are. Number one, So far this year, there's 13,000 people that have attended Mass. Of those 13,000 people that attended Mass, I would venture to say that about 50% of them were local people, and the other 50% are people who came here to take a tour with their parish and so forth. So what the Society of Jesus is saying is we lack apostolic work here at the shrine, and that the numbers never really supported it. And yet we're holding 3 Jesuit priests here at the shrine, all in retirement, that come to the shrine. So this new shrine will be geared towards a destination shrine. I think Lisa talked about it this morning, a destination. So if Father Don at Holy Spirit decides he wants to take a tour group up here to the shrine, he can call up and get a key and do his Mass, like they do in Brooklyn, New Jersey, and Boston that come here. So we have to figure, as the future brings us now, that it's a destination. People can come with the bus group, with their parish priest, and have their Masses here. They are what we call turnkey priests. Terminology don't sound good, but a priest is a priest. And this is a shrine. It is not a local church. It was never designated to be a substitute for your parish priest. This is a shrine. To learn more about the Society of the Jesuit Saints, and of course about St. Kateri. So the future is going to be different, but it's going to be with a lot of hope and a lot of promise as things move forward with the Society of Jesus. It will never close, because Father Bellegarde, who is shrine director, and we'll be talking to him in a little while, he is the last shrine director as a Jesuit. Doesn't mean they're not going to be a laity shrine director, or it might not be another Jesuit, but right now he is the last shrine director. They leave active ministry in about a month, and the new shrine begins. And it will take local volunteers, like we've seen all these people in the last 2 days, the Ken Majors and the Pete, and all these people that come here and help. And that's how this shrine is going to survive, by having more local input from local people to be a part of the shrine on a daily basis, with volunteers, with a staff to continue the raising funds, continue with the professional marketing for the shrine and so forth. So you say, are there weekend Masses starting next year? And the answer is no. The only Masses that are going to be done here next year is when a bus comes from some area to come up here to the shrine to have Mass for their parish. However, we now are talking about visiting priest. A visiting priest is like Father Sanusiak or soon to be Father Francis. A visiting priest is somebody who comes to help out. Now, we have a visiting priest every Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock. He's not a Jesuit, all right? So he's a diocesan priest who comes up here that does regular Masses. That is in dialogue right now with the powers to be of having visiting priests to do Masses on weekends. But as of right now, the only Masses that are going to be done at the shrine are going to be turnkey priests that come with their parishes to have Masses. So out of the 13,000 people that came, over 7,000 people were visitors with priests that did Masses. Right now, there's a busload of people who are Koreans. It's an apostolic Korean church that came up here for the day. They have 2 buses out there, and they're having their Masses here. Also here is a pious group of people, people with their own priest that are doing Masses, about 200 of them. Yesterday, there was a group from Ireland that was here, about 100 people. So that is what the future of this shrine will look like as we move forward. But the fact is, whether the Jesuits are here or not, St. Kateri is here. The Jesuit saints are here, and all these holy sites will continue. So I wanted to get that out to you because the provincial wanted me to mention this. All the money that we're spending it as we speak. Drive around here tomorrow, you have painting contractors here, and you're going to see a lot of new improvements to the shrine as we move forward. The hope of this is that we will continue to preserve our Catholic faith and at this shrine for these younger Catholics. And our hope is younger priests and vocations like Father Francis. The hope of the Catholic Church is these young priests. The Diocese of Albany, in 4 years, will only have 53 active priests for 130 churches. 50 priests for 130 churches. So they have to rely on the retired priests to come in to help. Same thing here at the shrine. We're no different. The Society of Jesus is no different than the diocesan priest. You know, we have our problems, so we need to get young priests into those seminaries. So we got that out. We shared that with everyone. We have about an hour left. Let's go to a vignette right now with Jack Arnicki. We'll come back. We'll do our thank yous and get our entertainment. And we have so much to say, but I want to say thank you. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, let's go.
This video is dedicated to the Knights of Columbus and Supreme Knight Carl Anderson for their wonderful gift of love and support to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, not only during this 130th year anniversary celebration, but to the many knights who have shown love, support, and devotion over the years. The Knights of Columbus works informed by these 4 core principles. Charity. Our Catholic faith teaches us to love thy neighbor as thyself. Members of the Knights of Columbus show love for their neighbors by conducting food drives and donating food to local soup kitchens and food pantries, by volunteering at Special Olympics, and by supporting, both spiritually and materially, mothers who choose life for their babies. Knights recognize that our mission and our faith in God compels us to action. There is no better way to experience love and compassion than by helping those in need, a call we answer every day. Unity. None of us is as good as all of us. Members of the Knights of Columbus all know that together we can accomplish far more than any of us could individually. So we stick together. We support one another. That doesn't mean we always agree or that there's never a difference of opinion. It does mean, though, that as a Knight of Columbus, you can count on the support and encouragement of your brother Knights as you work to make life better in your parish and community. Fraternity. The Venerable Michael J. McGivney founded the Knights of Columbus in large part to provide assistance to the widows and children left behind when the family breadwinner died, often prematurely. The Order's top-rated insurance program continues to do this today, as do individual Knights who last year gave more than 10 million hours of their time to assist sick and/or disabled members and their families. In the Knights of Columbus, we watch out for and take care of one another. Patriotism. Members of the Knights of Columbus, be they Americans, Canadians, Mexicans, Cubans, Filipinos, Poles, or Dominicans, are patriotic citizens. We are proud of our devotion to God and country and believe in standing up for both. Whether it's in public or private, the Knights remind the world that Catholics support their nations and are amongst the greatest citizens. Listen and enjoy the words of Supreme Knight Carl A. Anderson, spoken at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Orisville, New York, June 13th, 2015.
What happened here is a faith every missionary to the New World knew was not just a possibility, but a probability. As St. Isaac Jogues wrote to a colleague in France, I shall go, but I shall not return. Martyrdom for these brave men was not an abstraction, and yet they came. And in the case of St. Isaac Jogues, even after being tortured, he came back. And then he came back the third time, when the ultimate sacrifice was exacted. Little wonder, the Mohawks called him the indomitable one. Places like Auriesville are spiritual heritage sites of mankind. They are holy places where people change the spiritual future of our nation. The history of America is incomplete without the memory of this place. Here the new world was made truly new because the gospel message was proclaimed. Sometimes by preaching, always by living, and sometimes, in the end, by dying.
I want to more completely acknowledge now our Supreme Knight, Mr. Carl Anderson, his wife Gloria. You have brought us hope. We appreciate that, all of us. Hope, which springs eternal. You have brought real life to the shrine for an ongoing building of the kingdom of God. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in our 130th anniversary celebration telethon. And a special thank you for Supreme Knight Carl Anderson and all the Knights of Columbus at the service of the communities in which we all live and the needy around the world for more than 127 years. For your charity, unity, fraternity, patriotism, and love, we thank you. From all of us, with open doors and open hearts, we are your Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs in Auriesville, New York.
Sego, everyone. I'm going to give some introductions here real quick.
My name is Shirley Jacobs.
I'm Christy Wren.
I'm Wendy Carroll.
And I am Edward Wren, and I'm here to honor Kateri Tekakwitha and also to speak on her a little bit. She's been on my path a long time. I have one of her coins in my hand, and that's because we made a pact. She was very important to me a few years ago when my mother-in-law developed brain cancer, and they gave her less than 3 months to live. And she made it almost 3 years. So I promised her I would spread the word about her. And she has done a great job for many people. And I want to say Neyawa Gawa, Kateri, for all you have done. I don't know if anybody knows this. Her name before baptism was Beautiful Day. Her mother looked out and saw how beautiful it was. And I just wonder to this day if she really knew how beautiful that day was. Because Kateri, or Gadali in our language, is very important today. And she is more than beyond beautiful. Now I want to sing an honor song for her. It's called the Mohawk Honor Song. It is not traditional, meaning that it wasn't one of our original songs. We hope you enjoy. Go ahead. Oe haya ho Yahweh haya Yahweh oh hey ah hey oh Oe haya ho Yahweh haya Yahweh oh hey ah hey oh Oe haya ho haya Oe haya ho haya ho ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way. Yo, ho, way, hi, ya. Yo, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way. Yo, ho, way, hi, ya. Yo, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way, hi, ya. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way, hi, ya, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way. Yo, ho, way, hi, ya. Yo, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way. Yo, ho, way, hi, ya. Yo, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way, hi, ya. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way, hi, ya, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Oh, way, hi, ya, ho, way. Ya, ho, way, hi, ya. Yo, ho, way, oh. Hey, ya, hey, oh. Dope.
Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you. 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith. It's a place of renewal. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon. 518-853-4444. 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
Okay, everybody. Again, I'd like to say it's an honor to be here for Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine. Again, my stage name is Joe Sinatra. I love doing Sinatra. I think I already told you, serving is everything. This guy did more the last 20 years of his life than anybody in the 20th century. He was unbelievable. The tune I'm going to do to this song, I've changed the words, but the tune itself was a song written by Mr. Paul Anka for Mr. Sinatra. I definitely believe, at first Frank didn't want to do it, but he finally did it. And I think he did it in God's way. I hope you like it. I've changed the lyrics. Again, if you remember one lyric, I know you're going to remember the tune. It's the national anthem of Sinatra. My way, I call it God's way. Hope you like it. God, your word is clear. I'll never fear that final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I love my Lord, of which I am certain. I've lived a life that's good. I faced it all with its temptation, and now let that story show I did it God's way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, much too few to mention. I did what he had me do and saw it through without exemption. I've lived a life that's good. Temptation fell along the byway. But more, much more than this, I always try to do it God's way. I think Frank did too. Yes, there were times my heart was blue when I gave up all that God could do. Satan took it all without respect. He took my world and left me wrecked. I faced it all, and I stood tall and did it God's way. Man, I've loved, I've laughed, I've cried. The devil tempted me into doubting. But now, through God's grace, no more tears, no more pouting. To think he did all that. And may I say, not always my way, Oh no, not this time. I'll try it God's way. For what is my soul? What is it worth? If not for God, then it will desert to say those things he truly feels and follow words of one who kneels. Christ took the blows, and yes, he chose, and did it God's way. That's the real way, I think, of Wise Men. It's definitely no doubt in my mind. God's way was my way. God bless you all. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
There is an ancient Christian saying, "The blood of the martyrs is the seed of Christians." The martyrs' witness is still fruit at Orsville, which is a respite and inspiration for us seminarians for the Diocese of Albany in upstate New York. Some of us, in various stages of our priestly formation, recently gathered here on the grounds for an afternoon of prayer. We had a chance to pray, have fellowship, and give thanks for the gifts of the shrine, the gifts of the saints who sacrificed their lives and who died here. We walked through the stations of the cross, praying the road of Calvary, and experienced the serenity that comes from walking on these holy grounds. This holy place can nourish and sustain us in our discernment process. As we prepare to be ministers, it reminds us of those who earnestly died and followed Christ. St. John Vianney said, "All the good works in the world are not equal to the holy sacrifice of the Mass. Martyrdom is nothing in comparison, for it is but the sacrifice of man to God. But the Mass is the sacrifice of God for man." St. Isaac Jogues and St. Kateri Tekakwitha had a special devotion to Our Lady and the holy sacrifice of the Mass. It is here in Orsville, on these grounds, that the first rosary was said in New York State. As seminarians who are preparing to dedicate our lives to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, the first martyr, praying the rosary is a vital part of our formation. As we strive to become closer to the ways of Jesus, it is through his mother we often find comfort and strength. As we gathered that afternoon to pray the rosary together in front of Our Lady, the grace of the Blessed Mother could be felt in our hearts. St. Kateri, like Christ, was not the most popular person. She was beautiful, but sometimes awkward and clumsy due to her poor eyesight from the smallpox which had killed her family. She became Catholic despite her family's objections. Even though she was expected to marry, she vowed every part of her life to Jesus Christ. No matter what, St. Kateri strove to set her heart and mind in one thing: to love Jesus Christ. Could a seminarian ask for a better role model? Sometimes we think that today's challenges are both new and impossible. St. Kateri reminds us that they are neither. Kateri, as a young girl, faced many of the same struggles, trying to follow Jesus Christ, though it was against the grain. And she understood God, understood that God would not only get her through the troubles and obstacles she faced, but that he would fill her with love. For us seminarians in the Diocese of Albany, St. Isaac Jogues is the model of a priest. Father Jogues left everything familiar to teach the people in the new country about the gospel and the teachings of Jesus Christ. Father Jogues believed and hoped in Christ's love, so he persevered through the disappointments and the struggles that came about. He so believed in hope that when it came time, he was willing to surrender even his own life for the sake of serving the people he loved. To spread the faith, to save their souls through baptism, St. Isaac Jogues had a profound devotion to the Blessed Sacrament. And Father Jogues is an inspiration to all of us as we increase our own time in the presence of our Lord. Spending time walking throughout these peaceful grounds, attending Mass at the Coliseum, and walking down the dirt path to the ravine where St. Rene's body was laid. All of these treasures can be found at the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. And those who come here to listen and to discover what God is asking of them. We seminarians hope and rely on the intercession of St. Kateri and St. Isaac Jogues and all the North American martyrs. We want to be faithful successors to those who planted the faith in our own diocese. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of Christians. Come and visit the shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs and listen to what God may be asking of you.
There's a song that's inside of my soul. It's the one that I've tried to write over and over again. I'm awake in the infinite cold, but you sing to me over and over and over again. So I lay my head back down
Hi, I'm Jack Arnicki. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I had every intention of being at this telethon. However, a family situation arose, a very happy one, that requires me to be with my family. It's a joyous occasion, and I hope you will understand that. But my heart is still here with the telethon and with the effort to raise money for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place of prayer, it is a place of faith, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place that needs some work. The physical plant itself, the physical surroundings, need to have a lot of renewal. There has been deterioration over the years, and that's one of the purposes of this telethon, to try and raise money to renew and restore some of the physical plant that is there. The Coliseum, some of the statuary, the walkways, all of which need some work to ensure that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs will continue for another 130 years and beyond. So I urge you to support the telethon, 518-853-4444. Please call in your pledge. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs is a place that's been in Montgomery County for 130 years. It's a place where people come by the thousands every year. The hope is that we have tens of thousands come every year. It could become, in addition to a place of faith, somewhat of an economic engine for the area. There are thoughts about having additional bus trips coming. There are people who now come from all over the world. It could also be a place of walking or bike riding pilgrimage, since it's very near the path. There are a lot of possibilities for the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs, with the new artwork that's will be going in, with the restoration that will be taking place. It will be one of the premier locations in the Montgomery County area. There is a new piece being commissioned by artist Timothy Schmalz, and that will show the 3 Jesuit martyrs being raised up into heaven. It will be a tall artwork that will actually sit over the Mohawk Valley. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That is one of the reasons why we have this telethon, to support that work, to support the renewal of the facilities, to support everything that the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs needs to keep it going for the next 130 years and beyond. So I urge you, once again, please support this telethon, 518-853-4444. Let me repeat that number for you, 518-853-4444. It is a place of faith, it's a place of renewal, the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It is a place that all of us should embrace as a place where we can find renewal. Please support this telethon, 518-853-4444, 518-853-4444. Please be as generous as you can.
We are back. Welcome to the final half hour-ish.
Right. Yeah.
My gosh, the day has gone so quickly. But you know what has not stopped? Joey Caruso.
Non-stop all weekend since Friday.
I can
Really?
still hear him. I can still hear him out there. He's not stopped.
The preparation, though, began months ago, so he's been nonstop for a couple
Months.
years now.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's
Here.
been working hard. We owe him a big debt of gratitude, don't we?
Absolutely.
So thank you, Joey, for all your hard work, for all your effort on behalf of the Shrine. We appreciate it very much. He's on wheels now.
Yes.
It's just kind of a scary thing, isn't
Rolling around the area.
it? It's the 130th anniversary of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. We're closing down on this wonderful telethon that we've had to raise funds to continue shining and polishing this beautiful gem that we have. I have to tell you, Jack Arnicki said this is going to be a destination and a wonderful thing for Montgomery County. Montgomery is going to be a shining gem for the entire region and beyond.
That's right. That's right. It is.
So,
Are we to have this in the Diocese of Albany?
in the Diocese of Albany, we are very fortunate.
We have
and,
thousands of people here. The Koreans are here now for a mass, and their delegation is here.
Two busloads.
2 busloads, 600. I think Father George said about 600 are here. The Boy Scouts were here. There were thousands here this weekend, and like you said, it will continue and grow to be a destination. Hopefully, a wonderful retreat and conference center here in the Northeast.
We're looking forward to wonderful things.
very
Wonderful
big. Thank
things. Father Bellegarde is here with us. Father George,
Hello.
take it away.
Truly, the shrine would not be what it is if it were not for Joey Caruso at this moment and for the past several years. We realize that we are all part of it, but some stand out. Joey, thank you very much from the onslaught. Thank you, Joey. And we also thank all of those who contribute so much to this building up of the kingdom of God, as we say now and then. We are all in this together in that we really are all other Christs. We are all just visitors, really. But at the same time, through our relationship with Christ, we are in a permanent situation because we have already begun our eternal life. Right here and right now. We are baptized into that. So thanksgiving, of course, is what should be first from our hearts for this shrine and for all who have done so much, all of you here and there. We wish to make sure to thank all who have prayed for the success of the Telethon, Radiothon. We want to make sure to thank all who have traveled great distances to be here, to show their support, and most of all, for all of the prayer support from so many throughout the world. And we always think, of course, of our Holy Father who travels all the time to build up the kingdom of God on earth. So my word would be thank you, thanks be to God, and thanks be to all of you. God bless you.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much, Father. Just a few more donations. I'll turn it over to Francis and to Lisa, and then Bill Backey's going to talk a little bit about thanking a number of individuals for this week. Michael Kennedy, $50, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Dolores from Ballston Spa, $50. Susan Mary Page from Kenmore, New York, $50. The Polkins from Central Square, New York, $50. Okay, we have a couple other ones. The Albany County Ancient Order of Hibernians from Albany, $50. And none, the Kateri Angel, Nancy Salmon from Beach Street in New York City, $50. Thank you all. From Agnes Wilk from Frankfort, New York, Father Francis's hometown. Thank you, $50. Carmela and Mary Lou Rossidi from Schenectady for $25. Vince and Jean Laporta from Gloversville, $50. The Altar Rosary Society from Frankfort, $100. And the Cantwell family, $20. And we'd also especially like to thank the Cantwell and Son family for donating the hand-painted T-shirts that are on their way to a wonderful, wonderful golf tournament that's being held today, and they are going to be donating $10,000 to the shrine. So we're very appreciative of them. The Sons of Italy, thank you so much for their dinner that they held a month ago, raised $2,500. Thank you all very much again. Now over to Lisa and Francis.
And also from Frankfurt, we'd like to thank Joseph and Teresa Rashika for their wonderful gift of $100 to the shrine.
Very nice. We thank them. This is it.
Lisa.
You're going back to school.
I gotta go back. I gotta go back to school. They're sending me back to school. But here we are this weekend, 3 days celebrating 130 years of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. It started all here with St. Isaac Jogues, St. Rene, St. John, spreading the faith of Jesus Christ, the missionary work that they did, martyred here on the grounds in the ravine. 10 years after their death, St. Kateri Tekakwitha was born. And this weekend we have Jake Finkboner and his beautiful family celebrating this anniversary with us. What a truly wonderful way to end the 2015 season of Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine.
The Finkboner family, it was an honor to meet them. Jake is a wonderful young man, raised by two wonderful parents, and they say, you know, why me? Why us? We know why.
Absolutely.
We know why. And they were sent for a special reason, and God chose them for a special reason. That's why.
Absolutely. And their presence here this weekend in the Diocese of Albany has really challenged all of us to heed the message of Pope Francis as he
Step it up, as I like
step
to
it up.
say. Step it up.
As Pope Francis comes to the United States of America for his first papal visit, he's going to canonize Father Sierra on the campus campus of Catholic University of America this coming Wednesday. And Jacob and his family have challenged all of us to continue to spread the love and the mercy of Jesus Christ.
And Pope Francis is, I'm inspired by him every day. I'm looking forward to the message that he brings here with him to the United States. I'm encouraged that he has reached out to young people. And I think the young people are encouraged by his message as well, that he gets it. He understands.
Absolutely.
His message is fundamental, and he's not trying to do anything extraordinary. He's reducing his message to the very basics, which is really what our faith is about. Serving each other, serving one another, and that's what Jesus did. He was a humble carpenter that served the poor.
Love and mercy.
Exactly.
What a beautiful message.
Yep. And we are now going to reach out over here to Bill Bakke, who's next to us, who has a whole bunch of thank yous that he'd like to take care of.
Well, what hasn't been said this weekend that we haven't already been said, I tell you what, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Francis. You, Francis, and your seminarians, they were wonderful all weekend. Just beautiful, beautiful contribution, and really from all the faithful like us who just love this place. Can't thank everybody enough that have been such a part of this thing. Starting with the Cranesville Block Media Radio Company, they made it happen on the radio. Gave us so generous. Joe Tessero, Joe Isabel. We had a lot of fun on the radio, spreading the good word here about what we had going on this weekend, and of course Randall Hogue and his team, unbelievable, everything that went on without a glitch. You guys are great. And of course, our sponsors, we've got to thank our sponsors, Russo's, you got Velocity Marketing, Asset Management, Veritable Foundation, Damiano Flowers, and of course all the volunteers that have made this possible through the weekend. Joe Salamack, all our phone operators, the college students that we had here all through the year, and the volunteers, past and present, that have really made this place possible. Julie and Ken and Kelly and Nancy and Karen and Pete and Kathy, the list goes on and on. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of people, but the faithful here that come to this place, whether we live close or far away, we've really seen over the course of the weekend people from all over the place here, and we need to also thank the Boy Scouts. They came in, they made this a wonderful weekend with their presence. Bishop Hubbard was here. We thank him for giving his time and saying that Mass. And of course the Knights of Columbus. They had their pilgrimage here, and we can't thank the Knights of Columbus enough for everything that they've done, and we thank them. And of course, Father George and the Society of Jesus for their service, 130 years here. And Bishop Scharfenberger, he was here for the Mass, and we thank him for his love and devotion to the place as well. And we know that the future is bright, and with the group of people both here and in the nation and in the world that love the faith, love the martyrs, love these saints, St. Kateri, and of course, the weekend would not have been anything like it was without Jake Finkboner and the Finkboner family coming, without Tim Schmaltz coming, and we just saw so much of the living faith of the church here in a place. The theme has been repeated, and I'll end with 1642, long time ago. St. Isaac Jogues, St. Rene Goupil, taken captive by the Mohawks. They end up here, Asurnanan, Indian village, taken captive, work as a slave in the fields right near here. They live right here. They're saying their rosary as they walk up the hill. We can almost see it out the window where they're walking up the hill saying their rosary when Saint Rene Goupil is martyred. Almost 2 football fields away from where we're sitting on the grounds here, the ravine where Saint Rene Goupil is lovingly buried by his friend Saint Isaac Jogues. So. Is that a past? Is that the story that's dead in the past? No, it's a living faith. We have a faith that carries on through the centuries, and it's in the people that have been here this weekend. You saw wherever you're watching from, and it's a faith that's going to continue, and it's continue to grow and carry on here at the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. Thank you to everyone.
Go ahead and say something. Joey says go ahead and say something.
On behalf of everyone here who has volunteered this weekend for Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine here in Orrville, New York.
In case they thought we were getting paid.
Oh, no, actually the meatballs were good yesterday.
Paid in love, paid in...
We have one more donation that we would like to announce.
Joel and Angela Caraher of Delanson, a $25 donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you from Our Lady of Martyrs Shrine in Orrville, New York, and may God bless you.
Mwah.
Greetings and welcome to the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs here in Fultonville, New York. My name is Shelby Wadsworth and I'm the musical director and coordinator here at the Orisville Shrine. Today, we have welcomed young Catholics and non-Catholics here to sing in our beautiful Coliseum. We are here to celebrate the 130th year anniversary of the Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs. The Shrine of Our Lady of Martyrs welcomes people here of all faith from all around the world. Come and join us this year to experience the life of Kateri Tekakwitha and our 3 Jesuit saints. Thank you.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. Your people